our guest of honor. If we could also please give him a rousing round of applause to welcome him. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. A warm welcome to you, our esteemed guest of honor. With your indulgence, I will kindly request that you remain standing, as will the rest of the room, for our national anthem to kick off our proceedings. Thank you. Our honorable and esteemed guest of honor, you may kindly take your seat. The rest of us can also take our seats. The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and our guest of honor at this Connect Africa Symposium, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. KCD Mohadi. The Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube. The Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Ngobizita M. Ndlovu. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Honorable Professor Amon Morwira, herein represented by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Sheila Nkomo. The Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Honorable Monica Mtsangwa. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Ncube, represented by Director Mr. Saunyama. Other cabinet ministers who are here present, heads of diplomatic missions who are in our midst, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raj Modi, and other deputy ministers who are here, the Chairman of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce, Honorable C. Chidua, and other members of Parliament who are here, the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Hungwe, and other members of commissions and commissioners who are here present, the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet, Dr. Martin Rushwaya, and Deputy Chief Secretaries who are here present, the Permanent Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas Utete Ushe, heads of government agencies and departments, as well as senior government officials who are here, the Mayor of the City of Bulawayo and mayors of other cities and municipalities, as well as traditional chiefs who are in our presence and in our midst, the President of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, ZNCC, Mr. Tapiwa Karoro, the Chief Executive Officer of ZNCC, Mr. Christopher Mugaga, the Chairperson of the ZITF Board, Dr. Busisa Moyo, as well as board members, the Chief Executive Officer of the ZITF company, Dr. Nicholas Ndebele, Captains of Industry and Commerce, members of academia, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular pleasure to welcome you to the Connect Africa Symposium being held this year under the theme Connected Economies, Competitive Industries. My name is Farai Mwakutuya. I will be the Director of Ceremonies this morning, and I'm joined by Mr. Mbiko, who is our interpreter, and he is from the Sign Language Interpretation Trust. He will also be joined a little later and will be alternating with his co-interpreter, who is Sungi, and you will be able to see her later. As I did mention earlier, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to a very high-level discussion about how Africa can become connected and harness its potential in terms of economy and trade. We look forward to some very high-level, robust and incisive panel discussions, as well as plenary sessions, and we look forward to your participation and engagement throughout the course of this morning. Without taking up much more time, allow me to call upon our first speaker today, purely to set the scene, as well as give us opening remarks. The Vice Chairperson of the ZITF company, Mr. Promise Ncube. Let us give him a round of applause as he makes his way up to the podium to welcome us, as well as set the scene for today's proceedings. Thank you.
The Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable KDC Mohadi, Honorable Ministers here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to write on the protocol already laid down by our Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Vice President, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the 5th edition of the Connect Africa Symposium, convened here today under the overall ZITF 2026 theme, Connected Economies, Competitive Industries. On behalf of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company, Board and Management, I thank you for your presence, Honorable Vice President, and for your continued commitment to shaping Africa's economic landscape through dialogue, collaboration, and action. Allow me to talk about the strategic importance of the Connect Africa Symposium. I know that progress rarely happens by accident. It is secured by clear rules, strong institutions, and the discipline to follow through on what has been agreed upon. When the Connect Africa Symposium was launched in 2022, it was motivated by a simple but firm realization that while this ZITF remains Zimbabwe's prime trade and investment platform, its participation profile reveals a persistent structural imbalance. With that realization, the symposium was therefore driven by a simple but firm conviction that integration was key to internationalizing the fair. It was key to improving and unlocking the product offerings of industries. Yet that integration requires structure, commitment, and follow-through. Today, Honorable Vice President, distinguished guests, that conviction is more relevant than ever before. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, represents the most ambitious economic integration project on our continent, promising to unlock a single billion-plus market, expand intra-Africa trade, and industrialize African economies from within. While this AfCFTA gives that framework, agreements only matter and are only effective if they are adhered to and if they are acted upon. This is where the symposium comes in. It exists precisely to move AfCFTA from written agreement to lived economic reality and close the gap between what we agree on and what we implement. Let me talk about connected economies and competitive industries. For this year's show, the chosen theme, Honorable Vice President, distinguished guests, is connected economies, competitive industries, which speaks directly to the central challenge of African development. This theme aims to inspire collaboration, regional integration, cross-border value chain development, and digital connectivity. It challenges businesses to innovate and improve the quality of offerings, hone their competitive advantages, and plug into regional and global value chains and markets. Connected economies enable firms to scale up, innovate, and compete not just within national borders, but across the continent and globally as well. Indeed, Honorable Vice President, no economy is an island, and no industry can exist alone either. You need partners, you need markets, and you need to benchmark yourself against regional and international economies and industries. This is why today's discussions on infrastructure, geopolitics, youth enterprise, and industrial competitiveness are not and should not be merely academic. They are and should be practical building blocks for Africa's economic resilience and relevance in a rapidly changing global landscape. Allow me to also talk about the landmark partnership we have with ZNCC. Honorable Vice President, distinguished guests, this year's symposium is also significant because it is convened in partnership with the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, ZNCC, a strategic alignment that reflects shared purpose and complementary strengths. The Zimbabwe International Trade Fair provides a continental platform. ZNCC, on the other hand, represents the voice of business and enterprise. Together, this transformational partnership strengthens the bridge between policy, production, and markets, ensuring that conversations at this symposium remain grounded in real needs of industry and trade. We believe that this collaboration will deepen private sector participation in AfCFTA opportunities. It will also strengthen value chain integration for Zimbabwean and African firms and amplify the role of business in shaping regional trade outcomes. A call to action. As we begin the deliberations today, let me conclude by underscoring this. Africa does not suffer from lack of ideas. It suffers from a gap between ideas and execution. This symposium must bridge that gap. So let this symposium therefore be a space where, one, commitments are made, 2 partnerships are forged, 3 concrete actions emerge that advance connected economies and competitive industries. These must be captured in the written resolutions you curate at the conclusion of this symposium. I thus wish you rich discussions and bold outcomes. Once again, welcome to the 2026 Connect Africa Symposium. I thank you.
Once again, a round of applause to Mr. Promise Ngube, Vice Chairperson of the ZITF company. As was mentioned, we want to move from talk to execution. And part of the way we will do that is to bring together some of the minds, the resources, and the people who will be able to drive that action. Allow me now to call upon our first panelists to come and take their places and participate in a very relevant and topical panel discussion whose title is Making the AFCFTA a Reality for Zimbabwe's Youth-Led Enterprises, Turning Youth Enterprise into Real Economic Value. If I could please invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zimbabwe, Professor Paul Mapfumo, to come up. If I could please invite from the Trade Promotion Agency, Zimtrade, Mr. Similo Nkala, to please come up. He is representing the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Alan Majuru. If I could please invite Didinhle Moreki, Organic Natural Skincare, to please come up. If I could please invite Zula Mawema Chipunza, Founder and Director of Grounded, to please come up and take their place. For now, you can just remove the name tags that are there, Professor Mapfumo, and take your seat. Just you can sit. Just remove the name tags that are there. And if I could please lastly invite Nigel Ruona, Founder and CEO of Ona Natural Oils, to please come up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the panel that will engage in the discussion, and to moderate and steer this discussion is Sicelo Dube. Sicelo Dube, if I could please also invite her to come up and take her place. The panel, as I mentioned, is about youth-led enterprises. One of the things that is often highlighted about Africa is our youth demographic, the fact that we have a very young population, and that is obviously an asset going forward, but it cannot be an asset. It cannot realize its full potential if those youths aren't empowered and aren't engaged and given a position to participate in the mainstream economy. And I think those are some of the things that will be under discussion here, how we turn youth enterprise into real economic value. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your panel. Let's give them a round of applause as they begin their session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our Honorable Vice President and all the ministers here present, all protocol is observed. It is an honor to moderate this session. As an innovator and a youth entrepreneur, and excited to moderate it at a time where Africa is not just speaking about integrating, but actively building it through the African Continental Free Trade Area. As we witnessed even yesterday during the official opening, where we had our president from Botswana pushing for the removal of tariffs so that we trade even more amongst African countries. So today it is my honor to be here and to acknowledge UNDP for their EcoYet project, which is bringing all this together, making it possible. As you can see, we've got young people in the panel today, courtesy of the UNDP EcoEd project, and they are pushing the agenda of making sure that the African Free Continental Trade Area is utilized fully by the young entrepreneurs. And thank you to UNDP for this. So to kickstart our conversation today, I just want to pause and ask each panelist to introduce themselves, their institution, and what does the Africa Continental Free Trade Area mean to them in their institutions. So we'll start from Prof, coming this way. Do we have the roving mics? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Can I take this opportunity to recognize our guest of honor and all the dignitaries. My name is Professor Dr. Paul Mapfumo, the Vice Chancellor for the University of Zimbabwe. The African Free Continental Trade Area to us means a challenge and an opportunity. A big opportunity for opening markets and for free trade, but a challenge in that are we able to capture those markets, produce and participate in those markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Nigel Ruona. I am a biochemist and entrepreneur from Zimbabwe, and I am the founder and CEO of Ona Natural Oils, where it's a cosmetic manufacturing enterprise that's producing indigenous botanical skincare and hair care products using Zimbabwe's own wild harvested ingredients. We're stocked in over 50 stores. That includes your TM, Pick and Pay, and spas, and also supplying higher regency across Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Malawi, and recently Zambia. And we work with over 400 rural women harvesters in Gwanda who are the backbone of our supply chain. For me, being here, I'm a young manufacturer who's living the AFCFTA opportunity and also experiencing the AFCFTA barriers simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I will also say right on the protocols that have been observed. My name is Simi Longala. I'm Director of Operations at Zimtrade. Zimtrade is the National Trade Development and Promotion Organization for Zimbabwe. I think we all know that in terms of the AFCFTA, it provides a market for the youth, and also, as you also know, that Africa is the youngest continent, provides the youngest youth in the world, with more than 500 million Africans said to be between the ages of 15 to 35. For us as Zimtrade, in terms of the FCFTA, we have quite a number of programs for the youth, of which one of them is called the Eagle's Nest. We believe that with this FCFTA, we have to move from providing certain solutions or customized solutions to the youth. We have moved from providing macro and generic solutions, moving to micro and commercial-based, customized programs so as to assist our youth to be export-ready and so that they can also be able to participate and take advantage of the opportunities that will be brought up by the FCFTA. I think for now I'll stop here.
Dumelang, or good morning. My name is Adizin Tlamareki and I am from Botswana. I run a manufacturing company called Organic Natural Skincare, where we basically upcycle indigenous plants. In Botswana, we call it moana. I'm told here you call it baobab, or there's another name for it. And murula and moringa into active skincare products. And over the years, we have exported it out to different countries along the continent, including Kenya, South Africa, Lesotho, and sometimes outside of the continent as well. What AFCTFA means to me is opportunity, movement, as well as accessibility. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and protocols reserved. My name is Zuva Mawema Chipunza, and I am proud to talk about Zimtrade because I was the first runner-up of the first Eagle's Nest Agri Challenge, and I'm a full-time farmer. That's the name that I would like all of you to know me by. I specialize in sweet potato and chili farming, and I'm also now into value addition of those two products. And what AFCATA means to me as a young entrepreneur is that I have hope in moving from an idea into an actual business that is open for the world, and it's my oyster.
Thank you so much. We'll keep you with the mic, and may you please just give us an opinion from a youth entrepreneur on what are your challenges currently in scaling up your business and being ready for the export market?
I think what the biggest challenge is right now, for me especially, and all the other 100 entrepreneurs that I was with, is that we have moved from ideas.
Right.
We have moved from the prototype stage. We have a ready product. We are supplying the local market. I do 10 hectares of sweet potato. I take it to Mbare. I'm now value adding that produce on what is left of it, which is 20%, and I take it to it's now ready to go into the international market.
Right.
But my biggest challenge, and I think this is for everyone, is that we have financing and we have grants that we get, but it's small amounts, you know, stuff that will not move me to a competitive place. And I do this on rented land. So if this is on TV, probabilities on Monday rent is going up because my landlord will think, you know, it's something big that's happening. So if we could get, as entrepreneurs, with proven prototypes, and like some of my peers, with good products that are ready for the market that have been certified locally, if we could get a place to work. For me, I don't need to own the land. I just need the government to protect me and make sure that for the next 5-10 years, as I produce, I'm not going to be moved to another area, because I'm doing 500 units, and everyone else that I work with is also in the same stage where they're producing. They are ready for the market. But in terms of manufacturing and getting the right place or the warehouses or the equipment that helps us to scale up from just being small little entrepreneurs into real businesses, I think that would move entrepreneurs. And also, I think with companies like Zimtrade that is helping us, they can guarantee us because they see our products. They help us. They are taking us out into the world, and they are helping us, you know, meet everyone else who is interested in our produce. But coming back to Zim and being able to do 20,000 units per week is where we are failing.
Thank you so much. That's our Zimbabwe entrepreneur representing the voice of the youth. Let's hear from Botswana. What are your challenges?
Do you mind rephrasing your question again?
Okay. So as a youth entrepreneur, what are the challenges you are having in terms of scaling up and being ready for the export market to make use of the AFCT?
So currently the one thing that stands is harmonization of standards.
Okay.
In the sense that if you're to export from Zimbabwe to Botswana, depending on the industry you're in, You have to fall within the standards of Zimbabwe and then come and make sure that you go to the BOBS or the Berry of standards within Botswana. Now, this is quite counteractive in the sense of we're here speaking about trade. We're here speaking about free movement of products and ease movement of products.
Right.
But harmonization of standards becomes a very huge factor. In my example, when we came to be exporting to Kenya, we had to make sure that we're in check with the BOMRA, which is the Medical Regulatory Authority of Botswana, and make sure that within Kenya as well, KBES, we're also in check with. It does not make sense if we're trading within Africa. Harmonization and ensuring that your product is harmonized along with the standards of that country is quite expensive as well. Now, we're speaking trade, but we're now inhibiting trade because we're lacking, exactly as the president of Botswana said yesterday, we're having these many ceilings, but at the other side, we're saying, let these ceilings disappear. So that's the first thing I'd like to just mention about. The second thing being accessibility of distribution. While harmonization of standards is going to be one thing, we're going to experience the second thing being an accessibility of distribution of these solutions and products. Now, in as much as we have organizations like BITC, or in this case, Zimtrade, they can do as much as they can. And the call to action to the people who are in the room, who are within the private sector is, what are you doing? What more can you do? If you're to work together with organizations such as Zimtrade, you will get the answers that she needs, that I need, and hopefully also get to remove this whole ceiling of standards that are not harmonized according to trade within Africa.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much, our entrepreneurs, clearly stating the challenges that they have. And it's good because in this room today, we do not only have the young entrepreneurs, we have the policy makers, we have different partners who are all listening and everyone picking a role to say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to help in this. So we'll move on and I'll go to Prof Mafumo. I am very excited to say I am one of the innovators who have seen the work that is happening in the hubs in our universities. And looking at even the challenges that have been mentioned by our entrepreneurs here and the work that you're doing with the university innovators who are also our entrepreneurs, what do you think the university can do to support and make sure that these innovations do not just remain in the laboratories, they also get to the shelves, to the market, and also experience the benefits that come with the AFTCA?
Thanks very much, moderator. I'll probably start by maybe just speaking generally to the topic.
Okay.
And then proceed to talk about positioning the university.
Yes.
I think whenever I hear about the AFCTA, I get some kind of confusion on the basis of what I call informed confusion. That I visualize 4 futures. The future of young people and the future of jobs.
Right.
That are changing. Then the second future is the future of the dynamics of global economic markets, which probably go beyond Africa. Then the third future is the future of resources. It's all, resources are always a bottom line. Whether you call them raw materials or you call them what kind of resources, or for human capital, they are resources. And then the fourth future is the future of knowledge, which then embraces technology, innovation, and the knowledge products themselves, which really guide what happens on the marketplace.
Right.
So when I look at those 4 futures, I then say these 4 will determine whether the AFCTA will give us the much anticipated or projected benefits, or simply leave Africa as a big global market for advanced economies. That's how I find it.
Right.
So the question then is, our new education policies, youth development programs, on the one hand, and our industrialization and trade policies on the other hand. How do they provide that environment within which the youth will be able to fit in? So that takes us to the answering your question now, to say, how then do we see universities? Their role is to not just to build human capital, but to advance knowledge, which means technology, innovation, and new solutions upon which human capital is built.
Right.
So this will depend very much in how we usher a new architecture. And I'm happy and proud to say the government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, through His Excellency, has ushered in the heritage-based education 5.0,
Yes.
which has seen these innovation hubs we're talking about, and the thrust on innovation and industrialization. But then when we look at the AFCTA, my call would be that we have brilliant young people whose innovations can bring a lot of opportunities to the other youth out there,
Right.
training in different skills and operating in different entrepreneurial environments. So that makes me put a precondition to say if this AFCTA is to become a reality,
Right.
we need to build the safeguards for advancement of this heritage-based education 5.0 architecture. And that will allow then the new startups, the new products we see, patented products, find their way on the marketplace. And if we don't have these safeguards in terms of policies, in terms of protecting this new change in educational architecture, then that's where we will have what I said in the beginning was both a challenge and an opportunity. And with that submission, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for that, Prof. And I'm happy because we have ECHO here listening in. Definitely we need that committee to create the safeguards. And I'm also happy that I saw CZI, Sisekai is here. All these things need partnerships. It needs us to sit together and come up with a way forward so that we do realize the benefits of the AFC team. So having said that, I want to come to Zimtrade. Zimtrade, I'm also one of your winners of the Eagle Nest, and I know you are doing quite a bit in terms of the young entrepreneurs. But the question is, what can we do about the financing component? Because we come to you, you incubate us, we win, and just like the other young entrepreneurs have said it here, financing is not enough. Getting our products to go out there is still a challenge. What can you actively do, or what are you doing to help in this field of financing and making sure that this comes to be a reality?
Thank you, moderator. I think my first comment is take from what Prof has just said with regard to the issue of our participation within the AFCFTA. I think the question that we should also first ask ourselves as a country is, do you have a strategy in terms of how we will benefit or from the AFCFTA as a country? Do we have a strategy to say this is our best foot forward when we are looking at our participation within the AFCFTA? I think also taking into account what the professor had said, also have we done maybe like in terms of the future of trade, there are issues to do with maybe green economy, AI, and all those other issues that are trending when it comes to the issue to do with the future of trade. What measures are we having so that we make sure that we utilize our participation and make sure that we are ready, and maybe even come up with an implementation plan to benefit from the AfCFTA. Coming back to your question with regard to the issue of financing, definitely you are right. I think the issue of scaling up for our SMEs, most of the times, I think after being taken through quite a number of capacity building programs, the key issue is the issue of finance. I'm sure we have got the relevant authorities. The Honorable Minister of Finance is here with us. I think the key issue of long-term affordable finance has been one of the key issues that the entrepreneurs have been talking about. But I know through the ministry, there is the National Venture Capital. I'm sure they are also available. They are also participating at this trade fair. So hopefully our youth will also take advantage of such institutions. And also for us at Zimtrade, we've also partnered with banks like EcoBank for the Eagle's Nest program. We've also partnered with a NetBank for the Next Year Exporter program. So those are some of the financial institutions that we've worked with as Zimtrade in terms of finding solutions with regard to issues to do with finance. But the other key issue, moderator, I know most of the times you talk about finance as being the problem. You find that there are certain times when certain institutions, SMEs, big corporates, the problem they'll be saying is finance. But do they have bankable business plans? Do they have plans for their businesses? Most of the times they get funding or finance. Then after that, the business still goes down or they are not able to upscale. I think in terms of some of the programs that we have, in terms of capacitating the youth, the women, and also SMEs, it goes a long way in terms of preparing them so that when they get the finance, they will be able to upscale their business. I think for now we'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess that is a call to everyone here today who's working with the youth, be it universities, be it in your different spaces, to say we need to continue to capacity build and make sure that our entrepreneurs are ready for the market, they are ready for the funding that they receive so that they make good use of it. Because of time, I'll just give the mic to Nigel. Nigel, as a young entrepreneur, as we get to the end of this panel, may you just amplify the voice of the entrepreneurs and say what are the gaps that you feel are there that people in this room can help us to fill for us to be able to scale up and make use of the AfCFTA?
All right, thank you. So to start off with, the AfCFTA, again, it's a very big opportunity. But at the same time, it also has a lot of barriers that we've also then experienced as young people in that space. For example, we've got the products, like what my previous speakers were saying. We've got the products, we've done the work, we've done the research. But now, accessing those markets, you'd find, yes, AfCFTA has done a lot of work in terms of removing the barriers at the border, but they haven't done anything to remove the compliance issues for us to get to the border. This example I'm talking about, for us, we're making products. For me to access South African market, I need to go through subs. I need to go through MCAS. I need to go through SARS. I need to go through ZIMRA. And this is just for one country specifically. And you'd find that one test alone can cost 2,500 from subs. And for most businesses at my stage, that's probably our revenue in a month. So how are you supposed to do that? We actually find South Africa as a ready market that's willing to take your product, that's willing to help you grow, but then we don't have the tools to get there. So one of the main things that we'd be asking for would be if there was a way for the government or maybe partners like Zimtrade to subsidize some of those costs for the compliance for us to cross the border. Secondly, in my space, I'm working with the retail space. It's very easy for me to cross over to Pick n Pay South Africa, but I can't do that Because if you look at how big retail chains pay, they pay after 60 days. So I deliver, I make the product, I deliver, but I take 2 months, 60 days to get payment. But in that period, I still need to buy the raw materials. I need to support the women in Gwanda. I need to pay staff. I need to also continue running as a business. So if the government can come up with a tool to come to what's it called, SME financing, to back us and say, in that gap between when you deliver your product and when you get paid, they're able to finance that gap. That means I can access that. So you'd find that most of the youth are not accessing all these things because we don't have the infrastructure to support us to get there. So in a market where my products would be very viable, I'm not able to enter because the price and the cost to even be able to comply to get in there do not permit me to get there. And lastly, for a space like Gwanda, where we are working with these women to come up with some form of rural industrialization, you find that we have simple issues to do with, like road networks. We're not able access to these places, like as far as Mlambapele, Kafusi. We don't have the infrastructure to actually set up a rural space there. So if there was a way to finance or create incentives for this space to work, I think it would really benefit all of us, because we want to turn the people that we work with in the rural spaces from being aid recipients, which was a very big culture in the previous years, but we want to turn the women who are there into cooperatives that are now earning real money and actual income from harvesting. Simple things like rorezo, like what we do, marula, baobab, things that are naturally growing in those spaces. But we want to turn them into actual businesses so that when I export, those women too can also get to export. And that's one thing that we're also pushing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I am sure by the end of the EcoYed project and by the end of this panel, we are all going to actively search and find that place where we'll know we can go as youth entrepreneurs for these incentives that Nigel is asking for. And it's real. We cannot compete on the same level of business as the big companies. There is need for that space, that known place where the young entrepreneurs can go to for incentives. It will not be enough to end the discussion without talking about digital platforms in a century where everything is going digital. Next to Zimtrade, ma'am, if you can tell us how digital platforms can be harnessed to help the young people to access the African free trade area.
It's a good morning, everyone. I'll write on all protocol observed. I'm Ruth Spanda from the Ministry of Youth, Empowerment, Development, and Vocational Training. Digital platform, we are living in a digitalized world now, digitalized century, whereby we are expecting young people to access it in order to enable their businesses to grow. However, with experience working with the young people, we are saying the most young people in Zimbabwe, they are on a mode whereby they are on survival mode when it comes to handling businesses. They are not yet at a state to access the digital platform for business-wise. They think business, you have to stay small, have something to eat, make money, have something to eat. So we are saying we are at a position as the ministry where we are empowering young people to formalize their businesses. Ensure that you take business from one level to another. As a ministry, we have now access to a youth bank called Empower Bank. We are now teaching the young people basic life skills, basic business skills, how to start their businesses, how to improve their businesses, how to compete with the big guys in businesses, so that they are able that whenever they are to access the digital platform, they are in a position to compete as formal and growing businesses.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll take this time to give each panelist just one sentence as we conclude the panel because of time. If you have something burning that you have not said, I know our time was very limited. Just one sentence from everyone. Thank you.
I think my last contribution would be, we want to grow.
Right.
We are putting in the work to grow. But there has to be a system that is allowing me to grow.
Okay.
They've spoken on finance. It stops at collateral for 90% of the youth.
Okay.
So even if I have great ideas, even if I have tried and tested it, I go to the farm, I put in the work, I go to Zimtrade, I get the training, I go to the Netherlands, I get the exposure, I come back here, I can only grow so much.
Okay. Thank you.
I think innovation is the name of the game of entrepreneurship, but so is agility. Agility in the sense of looking for opportunities where we don't necessarily want to see the opportunities. Looking for, in South Africa, looking for places that you could trade even though you're not there. Take a lot offers that. Shopify offers that. So whilst we are being innovative, let's be agile as well. Because that agility is the one that's going to set you differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
For me, the closing remarks is that the FCFTA will not become a reality simply because the agreement has been signed or the agreement exists. It will be a reality if our young entrepreneurs can produce to standard, access market intelligence, secure long-term affordable finance, plug into issues to do with logistics, connect with buyers and fulfill orders competitively across the continent. Those will be my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My closing remarks will be to encourage young people to venture into businesses. Let's not take business as an afterthought. When you have failed at university, you have failed to get a job. Then you now think, what am I supposed to do? Or what can I do now in order for me to survive? Then you now start a business and you struggle. As long as it's not in your heart, as long as it's not in your passion, you are not going to grow far. Like he's saying, there are a lot of opportunities to access out there. If you do not have the passion, the vision, the zeal, it will be very difficult for you to access the opportunities. Also, coming into wanting to access the opportunities, it talks about value addition to your products. It talks about packaging. It talks about being able to supply the market. A youth earlier has highlighted that funding is really a challenge. You find that the youth will supply and their capital becomes held up on stock that have survived. It takes them months to get their money in order to also supply somewhere else. But to the youth, let us not tire. Let us not take businesses as an afterthought. I thank you.
So I believe that, for all of this to work, really, as a young manufacturer, we need trade finance instruments, especially or rather specifically designed for SME manufacturers like us. And secondly, for the rural industrialization that's needed by AFCFTA, for it to actually be fruitful, we actually also need rural infrastructure development and investment in those spaces for this to become a reality. And I feel like that connects the whole cycle by supporting us through the financial instruments and also developing in the investment in the rural spaces that encompasses everything that we're talking about here. So I feel like those two are the most crucial things that we need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I would like to say that from an ecological standpoint, generations of youth have always been there. So at some point, there were youth that were doing different things, engaging in different things. What has changed with the coming of AFCTA? Are we now able to change the conditions, the environment that will make our new generation of youth or current generation of youth or future generations of youth more participative, take part in the economic development of the continent. And what do we require? This is where I put my precondition for the change in architecture, so that the education, the policies, the focus of how we develop these youth, empower these youth, skill these youth should now change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to our panelists for such an insightful discussion. And thank you to all stakeholders who are here, our partners, for listening in, taking your notes, and actively actioning this at the end of this session. We also have Sharon from UNDP. Sharon, if you can just wave. Sharon is the one who's doing the EcoYet project, which is pushing for this agenda for the youth. Let's actively engage and let not the discussion end here, but let it continue, because it is clear that this is not just a trade agreement. It is a youth opportunity platform, but the opportunity without access remains theory. If we're serious about this today, let us focus on really coming up with the practical support systems, the access to the market, innovation-driven competitiveness, and the partnerships that we need to move this thing forward. With this said, I want to thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right.
Thank you once again to our fantastic moderator for steering the discussion very, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just ask our panelists to please stand and pose for a group photo. That brings us to the end of our panel. Let's give them a round of applause as they have their paparazzi moment as we memorialize this occasion and remember this panel discussion, which will hopefully be a catalyst for further development and participation of young entrepreneurs in the AFCFTA. Thank you once again to our fantastic panel. I believe, as you were all mentioning, I could hear them all hinting that the policymakers are here, and I think those words were getting right to the relevant ministers around issues of finance, around issues of facilitating the environment. Let us now, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, once again, ask our panel very quickly if they could return to their seats, and if I could ask the House to please be upstanding as we invite our delegates and VIP guests to please come up and take their positions at the top table at the podium so we can get into our official opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please be upstanding as our guest of honor and the rest of the VIP delegates come up to the podium to take their positions for our official opening ceremony. Guest of honor, if I could kindly request, with your indulgence, if you could please do us the honors of coming up to the podium so you can take your position and we can officially get into our opening ceremony. Thank you, sir. A round of applause for them as they take their positions, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your seats. Allow me to say that we are extremely grateful to our guest of honor for taking out time in his very busy schedule to be here. In the interest of time, because we know he's got other responsibilities and duties that he must attend to, I would request that all our speakers and presenters be very brief, succinct, so that we can allow this program to finish on time. We want to hear from our guest of honor and his address. We also want to dish out some awards to some winners. And in the interest of time, we want to make sure that we stick to that time. And so I would kindly request that if all our speakers could be brief and to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to officially confirm that this is the official opening of the Connect Africa Symposium. We are being hosted in this province, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, and allow me to call upon a representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Provincial and Devolution, Honorable Jay Ngube. She is represented here by Mr. Saonyama, who is a director in the ministry. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up to give us brief welcoming remarks.
Director of Ceremonies, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. KCD Mohadi, the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Honorable Professor Ntuli Ncube, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Mangaliso Ndlovu, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Honorable Professor A. Murwira, here represented by the Deputy Minister of that ministry, Ms. Shira Chikomo, the Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small to Medium Enterprise Development, Honorable M. Mtangwa, the Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution for Matabeleland South, Honorable Ngulue, other cabinet ministers here present, Politburo members here present, heads of diplomatic missions here present, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Raji Modi, Deputy Ministers here present, members of Parliament, Chairman of Portfolio Committee on Industry and Commerce, Honorable Chiduo, the Chairman of the Public Service Commission, Dr. V. Ungwe, Deputy Chief Secretaries here present, members of the Public Service Commission and members of various commissions, Secretary for Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas Utete Ushe, heads of ministries and senior government officials here present, Mayor of the City of Bulawayo, Councillor David Coltart, mayors of other cities or municipalities if they are here present, the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, President Ms. T.D. Karoro, the ZNCC CEO Mr. C.T. Mugaga, ZITF Company Board Chairperson Mr. Dr. B. Moyo, and other board members, ZITF Company Chief Executive Officer, Dr. N. Debere, Captain of Industry and Commerce, members of the academia and the media estate, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to join you at this year's Connect Africa Symposium held during this closing stretch of what has been a very busy, productive 66th edition of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair. The conversation, exhibitions, and engagements we have seen across the past few days point to a strong interest in trade and investment from participants at the country's premier trade and investment showcase. I notice a strong, growing interest in Zimbabwe and Africa's economic prospects, hence the overflow of exhibitors and business-to-business engagements. This symposium, being co-hosted by the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair and the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, brings synergy and synchronicity. It connects itself to Africa and to the whole world through dialogue that is grounded in trade, industrialization, and investment. The theme, connected economies, competitive industries, is not just an abstract, it reflects the practical work that lies ahead of us, whose foundation stone has been laid through deals and connections made during the course of the 66th edition of ZITF 2026. The discussion at this symposium come at the right time across the continent, where there is renewed focus on integration, infrastructure and industrial competitiveness, yet glaring gaps still remain. Transport systems need upgrading, energy supply, digital connectivity, and a host of other enablers must be expanded. Without these, connected economies remain a mirage, an aspiration that may be too difficult to attain. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Bulawayo, we pride ourselves as the traditional hub of the country. We fit so perfectly into the reinvigorated agenda to connect and relink the missing nodes in the country's industrial tapestry. We are not pursuing growth just for ourselves. Our aspiration is to share this with Africa and beyond. This city was built on industry, trade, and enterprise. Its infrastructure, its location, and its people positioned it as a center for economic activity, not only for Zimbabwe, but for the wider region. That foundation remains. What is required now is to adopt, to modernize, and to reconnect Bulawayo's industrial base to emerging regional and continental opportunities. Devolution gives us the framework to do that exactly. It allows provinces and local authorities to take ownership of their development trajectory, to identify priority sectors, and to create conditions that support investment and enterprise growth. In Bulawayo, our focus is on improving the business environment, strengthening infrastructure systems, and supporting productive sectors to scale. The principle that guides us remains ilizwe lakiwa ngabani kazi balo. The country is built by its own people. Development is driven by the people. It is driven by business that it invests in, by the institutions. The Honorable Vice President, allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, for providing policy direction anchored on industrialization, value addition, and economic integration. These priorities are aligned with what we are discussing today. The task before us is to translate them into outcomes that are envisaged under the National Development Strategy 2 and Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, as you engage in today's discussion, I encourage you to focus on practical solutions. The issues are well known. That is, they require us to be coordinated between government, the private sector, and development partners. As you conclude your time in Bulawayo, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you to live with more comfortable notes that you would have picked from the interaction. We hope you live with partnerships, with ideas that can be implemented, with a clear sense of opportunities that exist in this province and in Zimbabwe as a large. If this week has been long, we trust it has also been quite productive. If the discussions have been intense, we trust they have been worthwhile. And if Bulawayo has treated you so well, we trust you will return again next time, not as visitors, but as partners in development. I thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Sawanyama representing Honorable J. Ngube. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to please call upon the Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce, Honorable Ngomizita Mangaliso Ndlovu, to give us his remarks as well as introduce our guest of honor. Please give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes to take up his position at the podium.
Thank you very much, Program Director. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to recognize our guest of honor here today, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Colonel Retired Dr. K.C.D. Mohadi. I recognize Cabinet Ministers with us today, the Minister of Finance, Minister of Women Affairs, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, here represented by Deputy Minister, other Deputy Ministers here present, my host Minister, Minister of State for Provincial Affairs, Honorable Ngulube, fellow panelists here at the podium, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The speaker before me recognized everyone, including those who are not here. So let me write on the protocols that he established. And just to highlight to our distinguished delegates here that we are really running very short of time. Our guest of honor has to be at the airport in the next 40 minutes. So the panelists who are up here will make their presentations after our guest of honor has taken leave. We know that more than anything you want to hear what the guest of honor has to present today. So I rise with the privilege of introducing our guest of honor to deliver his keynote address. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, is a born leader with a pragmatic approach, selfless in nature, humble and approachable. And I don't say these things because he's here, but with the few years that I've really grown to know him, we have a leader with utmost humility. His down-to-earth approach has made him an exemplary and towering leader who easily stands out among many. In a world where arrogance is the hallmark of contemporary leadership, his humility inspires many, not just in Zimbabwe, but across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it did not come as a surprise to those who have followed him closely that His Excellency the President, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, appointed him as a key member of his cabinet and his deputy, both at party and in government. With rare and invaluable traits such as patriotism, selflessness, humility, and resilience, he is an embodiment of a progressive national leader. His track record during the liberation struggle makes him a hero whose name will remain indelible in Zimbabwean history. He is a living legacy and encyclopedia on the history of the Zimbabwean liberation struggle. In government, he was appointed to various ministerial posts, which include being the Deputy Minister of Sports, Recreation and Culture, Deputy Minister of Local Government, Public Works and National Housing, Deputy Minister of Education, Sports, Arts and Culture, Cabinet Minister of Home Affairs, Minister of State Security, and Minister of Defense, Security and War Veterans. Our guest of honor has passionately championed the cause for peace, economic productivity, and nation building. He has remained true to the country's aspiration of attaining Vision 2030. As he leads the social cluster ministries, he has forged a coherent response by government, which has seen the Second Republic effectively respond to social protection needs, transform the education system into a robust heritage-based education 5.0. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, our guest of honor has taken development in a more systematic, holistic, and coordinated manner. I must add, ladies and gentlemen, that in 2025, the Great Zimbabwe University recognized his exceptional leadership qualities, skills, and achievements, and contributions to the socio-political landscape of Zimbabwe, and awarded him with a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Social Sciences. Therefore, this conferment represents a celebration and a recognition of leadership and unwavering commitment to the development of Zimbabwe. With this short narrative, I hope it's short, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite our guest of honor, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired Dr. Kembo Campbell Tukish Mohadi, to address us. Honorable Vice President, sir.
Pray be seated. The Minister of State for Provincial Affairs and Devolution, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, Honorable Judith Ngube as represented, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Honorable Professor Dr. A. Murwira as represented, the Minister of Trade and Commerce, Honorable N.M. Ndlovu, the Minister of Finance, the ministers, honorable ministers here present, deputy ministers, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Comrade Modi, Deputy Ministers here present, ZITF Board Chairperson represented by the Deputy Board Chairperson, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Permanent Secretaries here present and senior government officials in attendance, European Union delegation to Zimbabwe, senior executive officers in many areas of your disposition, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor that I stand before you at this gathering, the 5th edition of the 2026 Connect Africa Symposium, which has been convened on the sidelines of the auspicious event, the 66th edition of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair in this beautiful city of Bulawayo. I remain cognizant of the fact that this symposium is a culmination of a series of events that seek to bring into focus regional integration and competitiveness of African economies. Let me hasten to thank the organizers of this event, the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, the ZITF company, for creating a dynamic space that allows the cross-pollination of ideas and insights, connections and networks aimed at reshaping Africa's trade landscape. This space is critical in driving economic transformation and building a sustainable future for Africa. Needless to say, the theme for this year's symposium, and I quote, is Connected Economies, Competitive Industries, unquote. It's not only timely, but apt for our collective vision of a successful and integrated Africa in the face of recent shifts in the multilateral trading system and global geopolitical tensions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the global shocks of geopolitical tensions and shifts in the multilateral trading system call for a strong African position within the global geopolitical economy. It is, therefore, a foregone conclusion that in this zero-sum trading ecosystem, Africa should reflect, adapt, and adopt, or risk being left behind. It is certainly to note that intra-African trade remains low, accounting for between 14 to 18% of the continent's total trade, compared to nearly 60% in Asia and 70% in Europe. This is not merely a statistical gap. It is a yawning competitiveness gap that limits scale, raises costs, and constrains industrial learning. This brings to fore the need to accelerate the implementation of African continental African continental free trade area, which is more than an economic necessity, but a strategic pathway for achieving inclusive growth, resilience, and sustainable development of our economies. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Continental Free Trade Area is the vehicle which we created to integrate over 50 of our small fragmented markets into one huge market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of USD 2.4 trillion. I'm sure you will agree with me that this colonial legacy of fragmentation of our continent into small economies has undoubtedly hindered Africa's sustainable economic development. Recognizing this, our heads of state and government made a bold and strategic decision to establish a single African market with the objective of overcoming these historical barriers and unlocking the continent's immense economic potential. The African Continental Free Trade Area holds the potential to expand into intra-African trade by more than 50% within the next decade. The African Continental Free Trade Area provides our business people with economies of scale necessary to justify investments of any size. It does this by giving investors the certainty that once a product is produced in Africa, it will meet the African Continental Free Trade Area rules of origin requirements and benefit from free circulation across the continent without any impediments. What this does is to catalyze industrial production through value addition, grow our economies, and create employment for the youth. As such, let us take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area to achieve our continent's Agenda 2063, which is the Africa we want. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me highlight that as we work towards ensuring the goal of economic integration and industrialization through the African Continental Free Trade Area becomes a concrete reality, we should emphasize what we call value addition, development of infrastructure, supporting micro, medium, small, and medium enterprises, and improving access to capital. The panel that has just finished presenting its insights talked much about capital injection, especially with regards to the youth. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that our economies are largely entrepreneurial in nature, with micro, medium, small, and medium enterprises playing a critical role in the industrial growth. I wish to state that efforts we spare in creating an enabling environment for foreign direct investment should equally be spared in creating an enabling environment for domestic investors, big and small, because the emergence of a strong and competitive small and medium-sized enterprise sector will accelerate sustainable industrialization and spur economic growth and development. The continent is also endowed with vast natural wealth, which include critical minerals, essential for modern technology, massive energy reserves, and diverse biological resources. However, despite huge mineral deposits, we have not fully transformed our economies, mainly because after extraction, we are exporting without any beneficiation. It is imperative, therefore, to adopt structural transformation and promote the development of regional and global value chains. It is, however, critical to put science, technology development, and innovation to the fore of all efforts at economic development if we are optimally to benefit from the abundant resource that our continent is endowed with. The connection between economic integration and infrastructure development cannot be overemphasized. A deficit in infrastructure poses a serious challenge to economic integration. According to the African Development Bank, Africa's infrastructure needs require between 130 billion to 170 billion a year, with a financing gap of between maybe 68 to 70 to 108 billion. It is therefore quite apparent that we need to invest more in trade-supporting infrastructure, including ports and energy, in order to realize economic integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We must also be cognizant of the fact that infrastructure development must include capacities for digital connectivity and innovative business processes to reap the digital bonus of development. Even so, we should be alive to the fact that to achieve sustainable growth, infrastructure development must be accompanied by enhanced institutional and human resource capacities to sustain and improve the growth results that we want. Suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, a robust financial architecture is critical for any meaningful economic development across the continent. We should build financial systems that expand access to trade finance, credit guarantees, and innovative financial solutions. Limited access to finance will undoubtedly disproportionately affect SMEs. You will agree with me that without improving trade facilitation across the continent, economic integration will remain a pipe dream. This calls for urgent efforts to harmonize trade regulations, which are critical to creating a predictable business environment. We should also work towards reducing non-tariff barriers and aligning standards and regulations to ensure seamless and competitive intra-Africa trade. Zimbabwe plays a crucial role in the continent's economic integration and enhance intra-Africa trade. Our geographic location at the intersection of SADC and COMESA positions Zimbabwe not as a peripheral economy, but as a gateway economy which can anchor regional value chains, logistics corridors, and trade facilitation across Southern Africa. Government is cognizant of the fact that and is taking bold steps to modernize and construct road and energy infrastructure, increase digital connectivity, and enhance efficiency and its borders and airports in order to improve trade facilitation. We are all alive to the fact that under the Second Republic, the government recently completed the upgrade and modernization of the Beitbridge border post, which is an integral part of the North-South corridor, not to mention the rehabilitation of the Harare-Beitbridge road, with over 580 kilometers of the 582 kilometers having been now completed. As a testimony to its commitment to strengthening intra-Africa trade by hosting the newly established Intra-Africa Trade Company, an African Union institution responsible for organizing the Continental Premier Trade Work, the Intra-African Trade Fair. Zimbabwe will not only host this company, but will also provide the financial and other resources needed to operationalize the company over the next 10 years. More recently, His Excellency the President, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, signed into law the bill establishing the Intra-Africa Trade Fair Company, demonstrating the government's commitment to continental integration. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to highlight that the private sector is a vital cog in economic development of our continent. Businesses are the engine of integration as they trade, invest, innovate, and create jobs across the borders. We should therefore ensure that the private sector is supported through the creation of an enabling business environment. Therefore, close cooperation and collaboration between government and the private sector remains vital if the continent is to realize economic integration. Let me once again thank the organizers for creating this complementary platform that enables dialogue on important economic issues affecting the continent. The outcome of these discussions will assist our governments to make evidence-based policies that will spur economic growth. In Zimbabwe, we say, nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe liakhiwa ngabanikazi balo. A country is built by its own people, so Africa will have to be built by its own people, and those people are ourselves. I thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guest of honor. We are extremely grateful, Honorable Vice President, for those remarks, for your attendance, and participation at this forum. And to show our acknowledgement of what you have done, allow me to very quickly call upon the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Dr. Thomas Utete-Ushe, to please hand over a token of our appreciation for the role and task that you have performed today. Let us give a round of applause as our PS hands over a very big hamper of Zimbabwean products, as well as something else that I see very well packaged there. We certainly are grateful and thankful for the role you have played, Honorable VP, Guest of Honor. Thank you so much. Let us give him a round of applause as he accepts that token of appreciation. I believe those are all 100 wholly produced products that are made here in Zimbabwe, and which we hope will certainly be found in supermarket shelves and in different markets across the African continent as we actualize the Africa Consolidated Free Trade Area. As indicated by our Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor has an impending engagement elsewhere, and once again we're extremely grateful that he was here and was able to engage with us to observe one of the panel discussions and also deliver the keynote address. At this juncture, if I could kindly ask and allow the Honorable Guest of Honor to take his leave. I believe, or I'm sure some of the ministers may want to see him off. If we could be upstanding as our Guest of Honor takes his leave and departs to his next engagement, and thereafter we will continue with the program. Thank you so much to our Vice President and Guest of Honor. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes his leave. For the paparazzi who may want to again memorialize and capture this moment, I can see that the top table and the top dignitaries have positioned themselves rather fortuitously for a group photo, so as they depart you can also capture the moments and make sure that we know who was here on this very auspicious occasion. When our guest of honor has departed, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable ministers will return to the podium so that we can continue with the proceedings of the day as they had been initially indicated. We will have presentations and remarks from the Honorable Minister of Finance, from the Honorable Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise, as well as Women's Affairs. So please, I encourage you to please stay in your seats for that part of our program so that we can proceed and continue. We also have some panel discussions that will be taking place, all aimed at contextualizing the theme of this conference. We are the Connect Africa Symposium, Connected Economies and Competitive Industries. You may take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, and we will wait very shortly for the return of our honorable ministers so that we can proceed to the next part of our program. Thank you. For those who may not have had sight of the program as yet, we will come back, as I just mentioned, and finish off the official opening with those remarks and presentations from the various honorable ministers. Thereafter, we will get into another set of panel discussions, but before that we've got some awards that we will present. We have a presentation of exhibitor awards, and that will be done by our Honorable Minister of Industry and Commerce. And then we will get into a panel discussion that is focusing on balancing industrial competitiveness against geopolitical tensions. Again, a very germane, relevant and topical discussion. That will be moderated by Chief Koti. Thereafter, we will get into another panel which is addressing the infrastructure challenge to create connected economies. And in all these panels, we will have plenary sessions where we look forward to your engagement, your interaction, and your feedback. In the meantime, while we have a bit of downtime, I know tea and coffee are available at the back of the room and at the different sides. If you'd like to quickly grab a cup, please do so and then return to your seats so that the program can continue. Thank you. of Industry and Commerce handing over the awards to some of our exhibition winners. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you are yet to be served your tea and coffee, kindly requesting if you could please return to your seats so that we can proceed with the program. The tea and coffee service will resume as soon as we have finished our opening ceremony. At this juncture, allow me to now call upon one of the conveners of this platform, that is the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, ZNCC. This event is being brought to you together with ZNCC and ZITF, and would like to acknowledge them and thank them for convening and organizing and putting together this event. Would like to also to acknowledge and thank our sponsors, who are none other than the Mutapa Investment Fund, Delta, ZimSwitch, and UNDP. If we could please give our sponsors a big round of applause for their sponsorship. Without them, this event would not be possible. Let us now put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the President of ZNCC, Mr. T.D. Karoro.
Very special good morning. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Honorable Ministers, please allow me to ride on the protocol already observed. Once again, a special good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that after a full week of exhibitions, meetings, and conversations, one conclusion becomes clear. As Africa and as Africans, we do not lack ideas. What we have lacked consistently is execution. Across this continent, strategies have been written, frameworks developed, and ambitions declared. Yet the transmission and transformation we seek has too often moved slower than our potential. That is why this symposium matters. It must not simply be another platform for discussion. It must represent a shift from conversation to implementation. Allow me at this point to briefly acknowledge the institution I have the privilege to represent. The Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, established in 1892, is the oldest business membership organization in Zimbabwe. Our membership spans the full breadth of the economy, from large corporates to SMEs, from manufacturing to agriculture, services, mining, and emerging industries. For well over a century, the Chamber has served as a platform through which the voice of business contributes to national development and regional economic integration. It is therefore fitting that the ZNCC continues to play a role in platforms such as this one. The theme before us today, Connected Economies, Competitive Industries, is both clear and instructive. It tells us exactly what must be done. First, connect, then compete. Because without connection, there is no scale, and without scale, there is no competitiveness. Today, intra-African trade accounts for only 15% of the continent's total trade. That figure tells a powerful story. It tells us that our markets remain fragmented, our systems insufficiently aligned, and our production networks inadequately integrated. No nation can build competitive industries for markets it cannot access. So when we speak of connected economies, we are speaking about very practical realities. And these realities include infrastructure that works, energy that is reliable, borders that facilitate trade rather than delay it, digital systems that lower the cost of doing business, and policies that are predictable and aligned across markets. Connection, in essence, is infrastructure, policy, and trust. Once these foundations exist, competitiveness can follow. But competitiveness is not declared, it is built. It is built through productivity, through efficiency, through innovation, and through the ability of our businesses to meet global standards at competitive prices. We must be honest with ourselves. Across Africa, much of our industrial capacity remains underutilized. Markets exist, but they are not fully accessed. Opportunities exist, but they are not fully captured. The question, therefore, is not whether Africa can industrialize. The question is whether we are prepared to take the decisions required to industrialize. Those decisions are clear. We must invest in infrastructure at scale, connecting production to markets. We must move beyond dependence on primary commodities, strengthening value addition through technology, investment, and skills. And we must align policy with ambition, because regional integration cannot coexist with barriers that make trade difficult and investment uncertain. At the same time, the global economic landscape is changing rapidly. Supply chains are shifting. Trade is becoming more strategic. Geopolitics increasingly shapes economic decisions. In such an environment, Africa cannot remain a passive participant. We must build internal strength while engaging globally with confidence and clarity. This is where the private sector becomes indispensable. Governments create the framework, but businesses produce, invest, trade, and innovate. If we are serious about industrialization, the private sector must be enabled, not constrained. At the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, we believe unlocking business potential rests on three pillars: policy, partnerships, productivity. Policy must be clear, consistent, and supportive of enterprise growth. Partnerships must be deliberate and results-oriented. And productivity must improve, because without productivity, there can be no competitiveness. In this regard, I'd also like to recognize the institutional partnership that has enabled this gathering. The Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce is a shareholder in the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company, which hosts this annual trade showcase. Our collaboration reflects the long-standing cooperation between our institutions in advancing platforms that promote trade, investment, and industrial growth. The continued expansion of initiatives such as the Connect Africa Symposium is therefore a shared commitment to strengthening regional economic engagement. In the same spirit, allow me to recognize and appreciate the partners who have supported this platform and continue to contribute to Zimbabwe's economic agenda: UNDP Zimbabwe, Mutapa Investment Fund, Delta Corporation, EcoBank, Care International, and ZimSwitch Technologies. Their involvement reinforces an important truth. Economic transformation is never the work of one institution alone. It is built through collaboration between government and business, between local and international partners, and across sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak about connected economies today, let me also take this opportunity to look ahead. In the last quarter of 2026, the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce will be co-hosting the COMESA Business Forum here in Zimbabwe. This important regional platform will bring together businesses, policymakers, and investors from across the COMESA region to deepen trade, investment, and industrial cooperation. We would therefore like to extend an early invitation to all stakeholders present today to participate in that forum as we continue strengthening economic linkages across the region. Because ultimately, regional integration must move beyond policy statements. It must translate into trade flows, investment partnerships, and productive collaboration between businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa does not lack opportunity. We have the markets, we have the resources, we have the talent. What we must now build is coherence. Coherence in policy, infrastructure, and execution. If we achieve that, the results will follow. Connected economies will create scale, competitive industries will create value, and together they will drive growth that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. So as we engage today, let us remain practical, focused, and solutions-oriented. If by the end of this symposium, even a few ideas move from discussion to implementation, then this gathering will have achieved something meaningful. I thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Tapiwa Karoro, President of ZNCC. Allow me to very quickly now call upon our next speaker. It is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, representing the Honorable Minister, who is not here, our Honorable Amon Muruira. But let us please put our hands together for his able representative, Honorable Sheila Chikomo, as she comes up to give us her remarks.
A pleasant morning to you all. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, honorable ministers here present, honorable members of parliament here present. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established. Likewise, the precedent has already been set. It is a profound honor to address this assembly of Africa's foremost business minds at the Connect Africa Symposium, as I stand in for my Honorable Minister, Professor Dr. Amon Muruira, who was unable to attend this program, attending to other equally important programs as this one. Connected economies, competitive industries. This theme resonates well with Africa's efforts to deepen regional integration, strengthen industrial competitiveness, and unlock trade and investment opportunities across the continent. The primary objective of this symposium is to provide a platform for the exchange of ideas, information for the enhancement of intra-Africa industrial competitiveness and connectivity, ensuring that regional integration, specifically through the African Continental Free Trade Area, is translated into measurable economic value for the private sector. We invite you all, as we seek to deepen connectivity among our economies as Africa, to take advantage of Zimbabwe's strategic location in the Southern Africa, skilled human capital, and abundant natural resources to invest in the building of competitive industries that contribute to Africa's economic transformation. Zimbabwe fully aligns with the objective of this symposium, particularly to drive to deepening industrial linkages, unlock intra-Africa trade, and position the private sector at the center of Africa's economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that it is the private sector that will ultimately drive innovation, scale production, and build the competitive industries required to realize the full potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And in this regard, we call upon our private sectors across Africa to take advantage of this forum to network, connect, and collaborate towards the achievement of a competitive industrial base, critical to realize the vision for a connected and industrialized continent trading within itself. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as Zimbabwe, we remain open to do business with you as we embark on a fundamental shift in our economic governance, designed to foster a stable, predictable, and highly competitive industrial infrastructure that is conducive to sustained economic growth through the trade and investment. Central to Zimbabwe's investment drive is the Zimbabwe's Investment and Development Agency, ZIDA, which has transformed the investment landscape by providing a streamlined, transparent, and investor-friendly one-stop service center, ensuring that investors have clarity, certainty, and protection. This institution reform is a key pillar of our broader commitment to ease of doing business and to creating a predictable investment climate that supports long-term industrial growth. Moreover, our foreign policy anchored on economic diplomacy seeks to position Zimbabwe as a competitive and reliable partner in regional and global value change. Distinguished participants, our National Development Strategy 2, which spans 2026 to 2030, our focused priority is value addition and beneficiation of our natural endowments. We are moving decisively away from being a mere exporter of raw materials to becoming a competitive exporter of high-value manufactured goods. To support this transition, we are implementing the Statutory Instrument 5 of 2023, a strategic ban on the export of unbeneficiated raw materials, ensuring that our natural resources drive domestic industrialization and local value creation. NDS 2 emphasizes the strengthening of industrial competitiveness, promotion of innovation and integration of Zimbabwean industries into regional and continental value chains, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area. By aligning our national policies with the AFCFTA framework, we are ensuring that Zimbabwe industries do not just produce for the local market, but for the wider African market, enhancing our capabilities to trade among ourselves and beyond. By modernizing our industries, enhancing productivity, promoting technology and adoption, and strengthening trade facilitation systems, we ensure that our economy contributes to the continental vision, producing goods that are competitive enough to meet the appetite of a 1.3 billion population. Thus, we firmly believe we enhance regional strategy, creating stronger and competitive industries that sustain livelihoods and inclusive growth for all our people. Ladies and gentlemen, our long-term development trajectory is anchored in Vision 2030, which seeks to transform Zimbabwe into an upper-middle income economy characterized by modern infrastructure, diversified industries, and inclusive economic growth. We recognize that we cannot do this alone, and that through regional connectivity, industrial competitiveness, and linkages and strategic collaboration, the attainment of the upper middle income status we aspire is reachable. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, our active participation in regional and multilateral platforms, strengthening trade corridors and supporting initiatives that enhance connectivity in transport, energy, and digital infrastructure, it is testament to our conviction that Africa's future lies in collaboration, innovation, and integration. Excellencies and distinguished guests, let us therefore pool our resources and efforts to remove trade barriers, improve infrastructure connectivity, strengthen industrial cooperation, and promote intra-Africa trade for the mutual benefit of our industries and our people. Zimbabwe stands ready to work with all partners in building resilient supply chains, strengthening industrial linkages, and promoting investment in value-added production. We believe that through partnerships, knowledge sharing, and coordination action, Africa can build globally competitive, industries and achieve sustainable economic transformation. And as I conclude, allow me to reaffirm that Zimbabwe remains committed to deepening economic cooperation, promoting industrial development, and strengthening regional connectivity. We invite investors, development partners, and industry leaders to partner with us as we build a connected and competitive African economy. Going forward, let us focus on implementing initiatives that will transform our economies, strengthen our industries, and secure a prosperous future for Africa. I thank you, and I deserve a round of applause.
Indeed, Honorable Deputy Minister, very passionately, very impassioned presentation there. Let us give her another round of applause because of that presentation. Thank you so much for the energy and, as I said, the passion that clearly shows the trajectory that the ministry is on, and hopefully that will then give impetus to all the engagements and discussions that are taking place here. From one very accomplished woman to yet another. Allow me now to call upon Honorable Monica Mchangwa, Minister of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, to give us her address.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Thank you, Farai. It has been a great 1 week. The debate is all around micro, small, and medium enterprises development. And for us as a ministry, we are quite excited to be here where we are talking about how we can make AFTA a reality for our Zimbabwean youth-led enterprises. This is really exciting. Director of Ceremonies, and I'll just salute our guest of honor who have just given us the keynote address, the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Honorable Colonel Retired KCD Mohadi. Let me salute the Minister of Industry and Commerce, our dear brother who has been running around this whole week, as we all know, Honorable Mangaliso Dlovu. And he was just talking to me earlier on and said everything is about SMEs, Minister Mchangwa. We really need to make sure that their voices are right there at the top. They are the ones bringing so much to the GDP of this country. And thank you for that, Minister Mangaliso Dlovu. Our Minister of Finance, who is very passionate also about making sure that the enterprises, the small, the medium, are supported, because he is very proud of how much they are bringing to the revenue. Honorable Professor Mutuli Ncube, I salute you. I also want to salute the Minister of State for Bulawayo Metropolitan Province. In her absence, she is ably represented here by the Director who spoke to us and welcomed us. You heard the passionate one, and she asked for a round of applause, and I didn't get it. But she's dynamic. My young girl, my daughter, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Honorable Sheila Chikomo. Well done, girl. You did it. Very proud of you. The Deputy Ministers who are here, heads of diplomatic missions, the UN family, senior government officials, the President of the Zimbabwe Chamber of Commerce, Mr. T. Karoro, the Chief Executive of Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Christopher Mugaga. If I don't say the name, I know I'll be in trouble. ZITF Company Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ndebele. I saw the chairman also was here earlier on. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as your members of cabinet, you have seen it. the Vice President was here as our guest of honor, and he said, listening to the youth-led enterprises, entrepreneurs, it is important to listen to what the people are saying. That is the only way we can come up with policies which can give us the results we so much want. I listened carefully as the minister who has been given the mandate to promote the SMEs, community development, and also women affairs. And it came out very clear from the vice board chair of ZITF as he was setting the scene for this Connect of Africa Symposium. It was clear that we have the ideas as people of Zimbabwe. The gap is when it comes to execution. So by organizing this symposium, we really need to bring the minds to make it a reality. We have to come up with commitments to make sure that what we are talking about today can be a lived reality for all our people out there. I listened carefully to the panelists as they were making their presentations on how to make Africa Free Continental Trade Area a reality for youth-led enterprises. And I also want to say for women, yes, there's a big opportunity for the youth. Africa is proud of its youth dividend. I think Africa is where everyone wants to go to. We have the youth dividend, we have the natural resources, so this is a very good topic which will make us ready to make sure that we fill up that gap and become the next guru in terms of trade, in terms of economic development, and we can do it as Africa. I also listened to the entrepreneur from Botswana, and to me, as he was speaking, I said, this is exactly what we have been doing. I signed an MOU on behalf of entrepreneurs of Zimbabwe to make sure that there's free flow between our two countries. We need to increase trade. And what is that we need to do? We need to harmonize our policies. It's very critical. We need to make sure that those ideas which we have, those prototypes which we have, those products which are already selling locally can also sell in the region, in the continent, and even abroad. So it is very important that we look at those challenges. And I was sitting there and taking notes. We really need to make sure what is the challenge. The big elephant in the room, Minister of Finance, is access to finance for our entrepreneurs. They've done it. She spoke about issues of decent workspace, having a right to the land where you are producing from, because that gives you confidence that you continue to produce. She also spoke about making sure that the loans are long-term. So clearly, as policymakers, we listened carefully, and you saw the Vice President, our guest of honor, was here. Issue of harmonization of standards is very important. When we speak of trade between our countries, we can't have different trade agreements. We need to dismantle those trade barriers. Otherwise, it will end up as talk show. So the trade barriers need to be dealt with. Academia, I also listened to the Vice Chancellor of University of Zimbabwe, Professor Mafumo, and he talked about how he is visualizing when he thinks about Africa Free Continental Trade Area, how he is visualizing the four futures, the youth, the job creation, and the dynamic global markets which are out there, the resources and the knowledge which we need to embrace, the innovation we require to make sure that we can reach out to those markets. And African Free Continental Trade Area gives us all those opportunities. He spoke about the Education 5.0, and he talked about the need to safeguard, to come up with policies which will safeguard those Education 5.0 so that we can advance the heritage education. Zimtrade, we thank you, and we are happy as a ministry that we are working together. We will only succeed and get the right results which we want if we don't have that silo mentality. It is important that we work together, and we will certainly get there. The partnerships which we are having with commercial banks, which our ministry is also having with commercial banks. In the past, commercial banks never looked at small and medium enterprises because to them they were risky. But today, these are the people who are bringing more than 70% to the GDP of this country. And I'm happy that as a ministry we are partnering with those commercial banks. And the appetite which has been created by our president out there when he says, Nika inovakwa nevayo, we can't satisfy them from the financial institutions we have as government. We all know we've got the Women Microfinance Bank, we have got the SMEDCOs, but these will not be enough. The appetite out there, everybody's saying, what is that I can do? What is that I can do actively to participate in the economic development of our country? So those gaps, we really need to scale up. When somebody spoke about compliance issues, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance and Economic Development is going to speak to that. As Cabinet, he has been bringing papers of comprehensive work, research work, which the Ministry has done together with other stakeholders to make sure that our compliance costs are reduced so that they can make our entrepreneurs achieve where they want to go. They said here, there was one of the entrepreneurs who spoke about, we have got a product, we've finished, we've done the prototype, we're able to sell locally, but we can't reach out external markets. And it's not because their product is not of good quality, but it's because of the compliance cost they can't afford. And also, we all know that there is time between when they export and get paid. I think that's an issue I listened to carefully. Issue of digital platforms cannot be left behind. I think digital rights have become like human rights. Everybody requires the digital skills. We need our young people to harness all the e-commerce, e-marketing, and just benchmark their product and see what others are doing. So the young people need to be empowered. This is wonderful. I was here for the rural industrialization. And I think it became very clear that if we are going to succeed and achieve Vision 2030 as a country, we can't leave those people living in the rural areas, which is more than 70% of our population. And to that effect, we are saying to captains of industry, to investors, to our development partners, it is important to come up with rural infrastructure development. The long-term financing, this is our appeal to our commercial financial institutions. And to that effect, I'm very grateful to the Minister of Finance. We both attended a meeting, a conference in Italy, was it in Spain, on financing for development. And when we spoke about what the SMEs are doing in this country to the financial institutions, because as a ministry, we are now looking at offshore lending also. And I'm happy the Minister of Finance supported me, and we managed to unlock 3 million, Minister, and we are hoping to get extra from Badia, which is an international financial institutions. And that has gone through our SMEDCO Bank to make sure that we support our SMEs. We can't continue to talk without the action. So to this effect, I just wanted to let you know that when your ministers come to functions like this, we listen. We just don't come here to present a prepared speech. Thank you very much. It is my singular privilege and honor to address you at this Connect Africa Symposium, convened under the theme, Connected Economies, Competitive Industries. Our session, which focuses on operationalizing this AFCTA for Zimbabwe's youth enterprises, is coming at a timely and strategic moment. It speaks to our shared responsibility to translate continental opportunities into tangible economic outcomes for our people, particularly our youth, which we are so proud of. Allow me at the outset to commend the organizers for bringing together government, private sector, and development partners under this shared vision. Platforms such as these ones are critical. They move us from policy discourse to practical collaboration, from ambition to implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate of my Ministry of Women Affairs, Community, Small and Medium Enterprises Development is anchored in inclusive enterprise development. Our goal is to empower women, to empower youth, people with disabilities, to empower communities as key drivers of economic transformation. Youth already constitute a significant share of MSMEs, and they are actually in resilient segments. Operationalizing the African Free Continental Trade Area, therefore, is not an abstract policy objective. It is about unlocking the full productive potential of these enterprises and positioning them within continental value chains. This presents a transformative opportunity. It opens access to a market of over 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP which is exceeding 3.4 trillion US dollars. For Zimbabwe's youth-led enterprises, this represents not just scale, but possibility. The possibility to grow beyond borders, the possibility to compete, and the possibility to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, in response, my ministry has prioritized practical, targeted interventions to ensure that our MSMEs are not left behind. Working in collaboration with Zimtrade and with support from partners such as UNDP and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, we have rolled out nationwide awareness and capacity building programs on particularly this Africa Free Continental Trade Area opportunities. And building on this foundation, we are now developing practical step-by-step guidelines to assist our SMEs in navigating export processes, compliance requirements, and market entry strategies. Furthermore, the ministry continues to work closely with Zimtrade through programs like Next She Exporter Initiative. This one equips women-led enterprises with skills and market linkages required to compete in regional and international markets. We continue to facilitate the participation of Zimbabwe enterprises. Here at ZITF, as a ministry, we help those who are starting up to make sure that they are here to showcase what they are producing. We also help them to exhibit at regional and continental trade fairs. These platforms are not merely just exhibitions. They are gateways to markets, partnerships, and investment. Through such engagements, our entrepreneurs are increasingly integrating into African markets and building a continental presence. In the last year, the ministry supported Zimbabwean entrepreneurs to participate at various expos, that is in Botswana, Malawi, Equatorial Guinea, Tanzania, Zambia, among many on the continent. At the same time, the simplified trade regime under COMESA is providing a structured and accessible entry point for small-scale traders. And I was attending COMESA meeting of the gender ministers just a week ago at Africa Union. And I must tell you, there's a lot of advantages. We want our women to also make use of the platform of COMESA, which is of more than 50 million participants, so that they can market their products on there. Women-focused business member organizations, such as COMESA, the Federation of Women in Business, are proving to be invaluable. That Million Africa Women Speak platform, which they've created as COMESA is a digital platform that is connecting thousands of women entrepreneurs in Africa, and that would enable them to access financial services, training, and cross-border business opportunities to foster the networking and mentorship which we need for growth in our businesses. So as we speak about the youth enterprises, we need to make sure we translate this, what we're talking about, into reality, economic value. Our youth must also package, brand, and position their products to meet the standards and expectations of the regional and continental markets. So to further support this transition, my ministry is working with key institutions such as the Standard Association of Zimbabwe, and this is to ensure that whatever product they are making meets certification and quality requirements for both domestic and export markets. In pursuing this agenda, Zimbabwe's competitive advantages in several value chains, particularly in steel, lithium, gold, chrome, golden leaf, tobacco, leather, textiles, and traditional grains become very vital to unleash and deepen capabilities of MSMEs. And for those who may not know, the Minister of Finance is here. Zimbabwe has got a record production of gold. And this only happened when the President created an environment where the small and medium enterprises in mining could thrive. And today, 60% of the gold, which has gone to almost more than 50 tons a year, is coming from SMEs. Those are our SMEs which we are talking about. For those who may think when I talk about steel, about gold, that's what they're doing. Zimbabwe's rich endowment in minerals presents significant opportunities for value addition and industrial growth. We have one of the largest reserves of lithium in the world, and we can therefore strategically position ourselves within the green energy revolution, becoming a hub where our MSMEs actively participate and benefit under the AFCTA framework. As a nation, we have to double our efforts to provide solar energy, especially for our rural folk, as this is opening up new frontiers of uninterrupted business opportunities. The steel value chain is another strategic area in which our MSMEs can meaningfully participate and grow, providing design and engineering services to the broader continent, further strengthening industrial linkages, emerging downstream fabrication opportunities. Cases of Manise, Dinson, iron and steel have triggered demand for enabling infrastructure of water, road and rail, logistics and internet connectivity, among many others. The strength of the livestock sector also positions the countries favorably in leather production. Here at ZITF, if you go around, you see a lot of MSMEs doing wonderful work. As a ministry, we've brought them together, leather clusters, provided decent workspace for them so that they continue, and also working with the Standards Association for the product quality. So all this is good. Cotton value chain, we know who is producing. More than 70% of our people live in the rural areas. They are the ones who are producing all this. And we want value chain to be there to provide a solid foundation. Again, Zimbabwe's position as the #1 producer of gold and leaf tobacco. And why I'm talking about this is all being produced. We are proud of what we are producing today because of the MSMEs who are into this production. And this, especially in tobacco, positions it favorably as a leading hub to tobacco processing. Traditional grains, which is very difficult for those who grew up in the rural areas. We know planting, harvesting, even processing is very, very difficult. And it is important that we give them the right equipment so that they can produce more and put more money in their pockets. Yes, we want our people to be rich. In this context, my ministry, in partnership with the African Development Bank, is already implementing programs in districts such as Chiwi and Chiredzi to capacitate our MSMEs with processing equipment for leather and also traditional grains. Alongside these traditional sectors, digital information is also emerging as a critical enabler. And Zimbabwe's highly literate youth population is well positioned to leverage on the AI boom for e-commerce, marketing, and cross-border trade, as I said. The emergence of new technologies such as Starlink and launch of incoming Chinese satellite mobile phones access anywhere. You know, when it is satellite, it's like rain. You can't avoid it. You know, it will reach, it has got a wider reach. So that is good. We need our people to have access to that digital innovation. Access to finance, I said earlier on, that remains a key pillar of enterprise development. And as I said earlier, we do have the Women Microfinance Bank, but as we are aware, it has not been fully capacitated. But I'm very happy the Minister of Finance is working with us to make sure that we look at other opportunities of making sure that the Zimbabwe Women Microfinance Bank, which is a progressive step which the Zimbabwe government has taken to make sure that we target our women who we know historically have been left behind when it comes to means of production. That bank needs to give loans with collateral-free loans because we know they don't have. Yes, throughout all these efforts, inclusivity remains critical. Young women, rural youth, and marginalized groups must be fully integrated into value chains and supported so that they can also participate meaningfully in these economic activities, ensuring President's mantra, which says we don't have to leave anybody behind or anyone behind or any place behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as I am about to end, it is therefore clear that the African Continental Free Trade Area will only become a reality when it delivers practical and measurable benefits to our MSMEs, particularly those led by youth and young women. Accordingly, the task which is before all of us is equally clear: to move beyond dialogue, to remove the silo mentality. Fragmented efforts will not get us where we want to go. Let's move together, and we'll be very proud of the results we get. May this engagement, therefore, mark a renewed commitment to unlocking the full potential of our Zimbabwe youth-led enterprises. I so thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honourable Minister, who wears a heart on his sleeve and certainly is making very impassioned pleas. At every conference and event like this, there are people who are called rapporteurs whose role it is to capture and summarize some of the key issues that have been discussed and come up with recommendations. The Honourable Minister has made your job a lot easier. All you have to do is grab her notes from earlier because she comprehensively covered everything that was discussed in the panel discussion. So for our rapporteurs...
1 second. Minister of Industry took me to task and said, you didn't recognize the man who looks after you. And yes, Ambassador Mchangwa is here. He looks after me. He's my spine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mchangwa, for being here, for your support, clearly always present where the Honourable Minister is. Ladies and gentlemen, I did say earlier that we have exhibitors whose contributions to this trade fair are going to be acknowledged and recognized. We have some awards that we'd like to hand over. And I'd like to call upon the Honourable Minister of Industry and Commerce to do the honours. That is the one final act that we'll ask you to perform, Honourable Minister, to hand over these awards to our exhibition winners. For this part of the program, I will call upon Mr. Tandolwenko Sinkomo, who is the Marketing and Corporate Communications Manager for ZITF, to handle the recognition of our awards. I believe all the award winners are here. The awards, looking very magnificent, are ready. And Tando, it is over to you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the official announcement and presentation of selected ZITF 2026 exhibitor competition winners. Winners for sectoral competitions were determined according to the following criteria: visual impression, originality, thematic representation, and availability of information, together with the quality of personnel on the stands. And emphasis was also placed on the relevance of the exhibit to the ZITF 2026 theme, which is Connected Economies, Competitive Industries. In each competition, the third place, second place, and finally the first place winner will be announced. And we request only that the first place winners come forward to receive their trophy from the guest of honor. And I'll invite the guest of honor, I'll invite the minister to proceed down and await the trophies as they come forward. I'll also invite the board chairman, the ZITF board chairman, to join the minister, and also the ZITF CEO to join the minister. Yes. So, as I announce the winners, I'll announce them in quick succession and invite the ladies who are bringing the trophies to do so. In third, for the Best Zimbabwean Built and Home Solutions Exhibit Competition, in third place, Kalung Dike Exports. In second place, Pro Plastics. And the winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, Modern Homes. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as Modern Homes comes to receive their award. A round of applause again for Modern Homes. For the Best Zimbabwean Education and Training Exhibit Competition, in third place, Midlands State University. In second place, the University of Zimbabwe. And the winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, National University of Science and Technology. Another applause to Team NAST. Well done. For the Best Zimbabwean First Time Exhibit Competition, in third place, Microplan Financial Services. In second place, Mandfa Group. The winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, TN Cybertech. Round of applause for TN Cybertech. I don't seem to see the representatives of TN. So we'll move on. For the Best Zimbabwean Clothing, Textile and Footwear Exhibit Competition, in third place, Image Magic Corporate. In second place, GANU. And the winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, Edgar's Stores, trading as Carousel. Well done to Edgar Stores. Another round of applause as they come to receive their award. For the Best Zimbabwean Motor Trade Exhibit Competition, in third place, CMED. In second place, Zimoko. And the winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, Zimbabwe National Roads Administration, ZINARA. Anyone from ZINARA? Yes, a round of applause as they come to receive their trophy. For the Best Zimbabwean Packaging, Printing and Publishing Exhibit Competition, in third place, Printing and Milling Company. In second place, Zimpost. And the winner receiving the ZITF trophy and the ZITF gold medal, Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation. Another round of applause to ZBC. For the Best Zimbabwean Medical, Health and Pharmaceuticals Exhibit Competition, in third place, National Social Security Authority. In second place, Premier Service Medical Aid. And the winner receiving the AFOS Trophy and the ZITF Gold Medal, Leonard Cheshire, Disability Zimbabwe. Well done, Leonard Cheshire, Disability Zimbabwe. Another round of applause as they make their way to the front to get their award. For the Best Zimbabwean Food Packaging Exhibit Competition, in third place, Codcam. In second place, Silo Foods. The winner receiving the ZITF Trophy and the ZITF Gold Medal, National Foods Limited. Well done, Team National Foods. Another applause to them. Finally, for the Best Public Sector Exhibit Competition, in third place, Ministry of Health and Child Care. In second place, Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education. The winner receiving the ZITF Trophy and the ZITF Gold Medal, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. Well done, Team RBZ. We also have the winner of the ZITF Youth Innovative Forum 2026, and the winner is coming from the University of Zimbabwe, and it is Team Neo Nano Gel. A round of applause to Team Neo Nano Gel. Thank you very much, and this marks the end of the awards ceremony. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all our winners. I'm reliably informed that to celebrate their win on the way out, we'll all be getting wads of big 5 zig notes from the Reserve Bank team as they celebrate their award. So let's thank them and give them a round of applause in advance as thanks for those notes that we'll be getting on our way out. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of this part of the program, but we have, as I mentioned, presentations that will be going on throughout the course of the day. I'd like to thank the Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers who are here. And we have a token of appreciation that has been kindly donated by National Foods Limited. These are some of the products that they are producing here, that they are processing here, as they live and actualize agro-processing and value addition in our economy. I think everyone has said here that, you know, we can only become export-driven and generate more foreign currency if we are able to produce goods that are value-added, so we become more sophisticated and are able then to generate more revenue and more income, and that is exactly what National Foods is doing. To do the honors of handing over the fantastic hampers, I'll now call upon a representative of National Foods Limited, Marjorie, if you could please come up and do the honors. Please, may we give a round of applause as she does that. If I could kindly ask the gentleman to assist me with those hampers. We also have another, yes, we have representatives from National Foods if they could come up. The honorable speakers and our deputy ministers and ministers who are here, in no particular order. If I could please ask Mr. Saunyama, if you could please collect this hamper on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Honorable Jay Ngube. Mrs. Saunyama, if you could please come forward for purposes of our photo opportunities. Marjorie, if I could ask you to take your position in the center of the podium. So, on behalf of Honorable Ngube, that is Mr. Saunyama. Oh, sorry, Marjorie, if I could, Marjorie, sorry, okay, there we go. Honorable Mthuli Ngube will get his award, his token of appreciation. That is Mr. Yeah. To the Honorable Minister of Industry, to the Honorable Minister of Small and Medium Women, Small and Medium Enterprises, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, we have some people as well that would like to acknowledge Marjorie. If I could ask you and your team, we have 3 more. If I could please ask Honorable Deputy Minister Mhlanga, maybe if you could get the hamper to her. Right next to her is the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee Chairperson, Honorable Chidua. And then last but by no means least, the Honorable Deputy Minister Musa Ngube, if they could also please receive those tokens of appreciation. Courtesy of National Foods, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for National Foods, one of the leading food and agro-processing businesses in Zimbabwe. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into another panel discussion. So I will ask that we give a round of applause to all our speakers at the top, except Honorable Professor Mthuli Ngube. If you can remain in your seat, if everyone else at the top can please return to your seats, and may we give them a round of applause as they go to return to their seats. If we could get someone to assist with our hampers, there we go. Now, the reason why I have left Honorable Professor Mthuli Ngube here is throughout the course of the day we have been hearing finance, Ministry of Finance, funds, loans. So he's the man of the hour, so he's here by himself to answer all the questions and all the requests that you have. It is now the opportunity to do that. But we know that he's fresh out of Washington, D.C., so I'm sure he'll have quite a bit to say about that. The reason why he's here, ladies and gentlemen, is that he is giving a keynote address for our next panel discussion that will be moderated by none other than Mr. Godfrey Chief Koti, and I will now hand over to my brother Chief Koti to handle and manage this part of the proceedings and the next panel. Let's put our hands together.
Shall we give the MC a big round of applause? Are you guys still in the house? Can we give him another round of applause? Salibonani ngobulawa elinjani. Salibonani ngobulawa elinjani. Yazi amandebele so akelizwakale mani. Salibonani ngobulawayo. Awuzwake so kungcono. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this point, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, leaders of industry, allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we gather at a very, very watershed moment for the global economy. I think the traditional blueprints of international trade are being redrawn. I think you will agree with me right now with these wars that are going on internationally. Everything is affected, not just by market forces, but the sharp lines of geopolitical rivalry. And at this point in time, for developing countries, the challenge is no longer just about competing. It is about navigating global landscapes where trade instruments are increasingly weaponized. We talk about supply chains that are being reconfigured through the lenses of security rather than efficiency. I think you will agree with me there. The reality that we face head-on, from the volatility of the energy markets to the logistical bottlenecks that are being created by these distant conflicts. The cost of doing business is rising on a daily basis, while the African Continental Free Trade Area represents a bold vision of self-resilience and self-reliance. The fact remains that inter-African trade sits at a modest 15%. We're still largely defined by the export of primary commodities, leaving our industrial base quite vulnerable to every tremor in the global geopolitical richer scale. So our task during this plenary session, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, your excellencies, is to resolve this critical dilemma. How do we build fortress industries that can withstand these external shocks without retreating into isolation that kills competitiveness? At that juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to dive deeper into these critical matters. I am honored to be joined by the distinguished panel of experts and leaders and our honorable minister as well. They bring a wealth of local, regional, and international perspective to the stage. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to request the presence onto the stage of Her Excellency Ms. Katrine Hedgeman, who is the ambassador of the EU delegation to Zimbabwe. Let us encourage her with a resounding round of applause as she comes. Allow me also to call upon the resident representative of the UNDP here in Zimbabwe, Dr. Ayodele Odesola. Allow me also to call upon a big brother of mine, the president of COMESA, Mr. James Chiwanza. He's a COMESA Business Council. Dr. James Chimwanza. Allow me also to call upon the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Care International, Mr. Walter Mwasa. A former broadcaster and a big man indeed, Mr. Munyaradzi Wengwere. He's now the chairperson of the Buy Zimbabwe. Let's give him a round of applause as well as he comes, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, allow me to call upon my big brother, Tafadzwa Chinamo, who's the chief executive at the Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we give Tafadzwa a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much to the members of the panel. Allow me at this point in time to introduce one of the panelists, the moneyman for the country, the Zigman for the country, Honorable Professor Mthuli Ncube, the Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, to come and give us his presentation. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, a signified round of applause.
Thank you very much, Events Director. First of all, I recognize our guest of honor, Honorable VP Mohadi, who is here with us and is departed back to Harare. I also recognize fellow panelists, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, who is our host minister here, Chair of ZITF, Ambassador Mtwangwa, and all colleagues here present. I will say all protocols observed. Colleagues, thank you for inviting me to this conference organized by ZNCC and ZITF. And I think our session is entitled Balancing Industrial Competitiveness Against Geopolitical Tensions, Policy Measures to Mitigate the Risks to developing countries. Of course, I have to speak about Zimbabwe in the main, not all developing countries. Colleagues, at the World Economic Forum, we've got a group which meets without any record. It's called an IGWEL. I won't say what that means. So we said to ourselves, what's the best word that can basically describe the state of the global economy of the world right now? The word we came up with was, we're in a state of discombobulation. I repeat, discombobulation. You can look it up, Cambridge Dictionary of English. That word means a state of confusion, a state of mental uncertainty, a state of frustration. I think that is a fair way to describe the world, don't you think? I hear silence. So I repeat the word discombobulation. That's where we are. So we thought that there was a war in Europe, maybe at some point it will come to an end. It's still carrying on. We're in the middle of that. Suddenly we've got a new tariff regime around the world. We're all reacting and negotiating with the US. For each of us are negotiating on a bilateral basis for a tariff regime. While we're still in that, then we see ODA, overseas development assistance, being cut in various areas, health being one area. And then a war erupts in the Middle East, and then we have an energy price crisis. So really, that is a state of discombobulation. Now, if you look at the current crisis in the Middle East and say, how is it impacting us in the developing world? There are, I would say, 4 channels of transmission. The first one is fuel. The second one is fertilizer. And the third is food, but more indirectly than directly. And the last one is any product that is made out of either gas or oil from that region. So the question is, how do we respond to those channels of transmission? That is the policy response that I think you are asking me to talk about, and a lot more. So on fuel, everybody is doing the same. We in Zimbabwe, even in Canada, UK, US, South Africa, everywhere, we all decided to remove taxes on fuel. But first of all, why do government like taxing fuel? We like taxing fuel because whether uritsoti, kana uri straightforward, mese mune motor, longer less motor. So we feel that the fuel sector, wherever you go in the world, is where you catch everybody. Everybody is compliant because they need to move around on the roads. So a little bit of tax, a cent here, a cent there, is something that governments need to run public programs. So our reaction is to remove taxes, and that's what we've been doing. But also, we realize the imperative of always having a reserve, either directly as government or through third parties, if you've got contracts with them. And that's the system we run. Direct government reserves, as well as reserves from third parties. In Zimbabwe, we go further. We've gone further and increased our blending ratio. For petrol, it's gone up to 20%, as you know. And I know that there is also an intention to blend diesel. We will really encourage the companies that are working on this, experimenting on this, to pick up speed so that we also start blending diesel and we'll be able to lower the cost of fuel that way.
So that's how we've responded. If you look at the various taxes that we charge on fuel, we've got obviously the excise duty, because this is an imported product. We've the Zinara fuel levy, with the carbon tax, and then we have the strategic reserve levy. So these are the taxes that we've been playing around with to ameliorate on the impact of the energy price shock. I now turn to the issue of fertilizer. So on fertilizer, which is the other channel, we've seen a 30–40% increase easily on fertilizer. Here, the way we have responded, also to support our industry, is to really push hard in incentivizing new investors into the fertilizer sector. Currently, there are 3 investors that government is engaged very, very seriously. One investor who is based in Norton, I think I can be open, Sunny Feng. They do tiles, but now they're going into fertilizer in a very, very big way. And they're probably investing easily $500 million into fertilizer production domestically. The second company is a company that is at Palm River. You know, the Palm River complex in Beitbridge. They're mining coal into ferrochrome. Through some very complex chemistry that they conduct, they are going to be manufacturing fertilizer. And then there's a third company in Wange, which is also involved in investing to produce fertilizer. This fertilizer is mainly coming from coal. So this is a coal to fertilizer technology in the main, because urea comes from these hydrocarbons such as coal. So we're accelerating that as government. We're meeting these companies, talking to them, and trying to work out what their challenges are, and want to support them. 2 of them, one has already received special economic zone status. The one in Beitbridge, we're now working on the one in Norton to receive a similar status, as well as the one in Wange. So that's what we're doing. That's how we're responding to that fertilizer crisis, price crisis, as well as generally to support the fertilizer industry. But of course, Zimbabwe also produces fertilizer from phosphates, from Dorowa in the main under Mutapa. So again, we're supporting investments in that in the phosphate fertilizer industry as well. We're doing much more. Some of you may recall, even it's last year, we introduced a duty-free arrangements for anybody importing, equipment or facilities for charging EV cars, but it must be solar-based. Solar-based charging stations for EV cars are duty-free. Should I repeat? They are so import those facilities. But also we reduced the duty on the knockdown kits for EV cars in the first place, for the body itself. If you want me to do more, I'll go further and do more in the next budget. Maybe we take it down to 5%, because we see this as a solution in the long term. This renewable energy approach is a solution in the long term. You've seen what has happened in China. I tell you, colleagues, 5 years ago, it was probably 1 in 5 cars or 10 cars that had a green number plate in Beijing, which is what they do to distinguish between EV cars and non-EV cars. EV cars have got a green number plate. The non-EV car have a blue number plate. So it was like 1 to 10 easily. And now you can see the ratio has changed. It's almost half and half. So they've made incredible progress. And China really stands out, in my view, in the transformation, in this kind of transformation. We want to catch up. Let me press on. Colleagues, but also to support our industry, for it to remain competitive, for it to respond to the global imperative. We as government have decided to lower the cost of doing business. we attacked 12 sectors where we've reduced the cost of doing business. Every other week, I come before Cabinet to present proposals on how this ought to be done. These are licensing requirements, number of steps that were are in place. Those are being reduced so that we make it easy for companies to license and so forth. I always give the example. I won't mention the Rural District Council. I've said it twice now. They won't like me. But there's a Rural District Council in Mashonaland Central. That was, and another one in Matabele North, that was charging almost $5,000 to license a small shop in a rural setup. Surely, for that kind of cost, who's going to go there and invest? No one. For the start, it is excessive anywhere in the country. Secondly, who will then go to a rural area and pay $5,000 for some license? It's not very likely. So that's why we moved and kept these fees for all local authorities at $500 for various things, or have them for various things. And I'm just picking that example just to show you what we have we've done. So 12 sectors. That project is complete in terms of pronouncement. We're now working on the legal framework in terms of statutory instruments. Those are coming through bit by bit. It's very complex work, colleagues. It's very, very detailed, very complex work. So please be patient with us as government. We are slowly working through this. So we've covered agriculture, tourism, transport, wholesale, telecommunications, the retail sector, construction, finance, health. We've really covered as much as possible. Let me turn to measures that we're taking to support industry in terms of the financial support. First of all, the Reserve Bank introduced the Targeted Finance Facility, which is meant to provide cheaper capital for the productive sector. They've doubled it in size, and the interest rate is lower than the borrowing rate in the market. So we believe this will go a long way in supporting industry. The Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry and Commerce also established the Industrial Development Fund, which so far has funded 15 projects in the industrial sector in the last 2 years in various areas. And this fund is meant to really follow up on financing various value chains, cotton value chain, the wheat value chain, the steel value chain, wherever we can invest. Of course, that's big money is required there. All manner of value chain, tobacco value chain, it should support the various value chains. That's what it ought to do. And it should provide both equity and debt. We also have the National Venture Fund, which is providing equity to small to medium scale enterprises or startups. And this is where I think there's a big gap in Africa. We don't have enough national venture funds that can take excess risk in the market, because we need the patient capital to support startups and be in there as an investor for 5 to 7 years and get out after 7 years. This is very, very important. When I was still doing serious entrepreneurship, I spent a lot of time working with them. In fact, in my life, I have owned 2 venture funds, one in Zimbabwe and another in South Africa. I know exactly what they do, so don't be surprised that I'm a big fan and decided that we create a national venture fund. But what we will do going forward, we have to, as government, have to divest. We cannot be 100% capital contributor perpetually. We have to dilute, maybe to the order of 30%, and invite pension funds to come in as partners, and also international investors to come in to bolster this national venture fund. Earlier, you listened to Honorable Mchwangwa talk about the role of Women's Bank and SMEDSCO. All of these are financing platforms for supporting small to medium scale enterprises as we respond to the global imperatives in terms of supporting our SMEs, growing jobs, and responding appropriately. I want to turn to the issue of trade. That is quite clear with the new global tariff structure. Clearly, Africa needs to accelerate the implementation of the African continental free trade area. So removing barriers to trade is very critical. So last week I removed the 30% surcharge on steel. We're about to remove the surcharge on cement, the surcharge on tiles, the surcharge on fertilizer and other areas. We're removing all of these surcharges because often you find you put a surcharge, you think you're protecting Zimbabwe industry, but what you end up doing, you end up raising prices generally for that product locally. So it becomes counterproductive. No one wins. At the same time, we're going against what we've signed up to under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So we're very supportive of this, and we want this to succeed. But then we have to focus on trade facilitation in terms of policies, supporting platforms for more trade finance, whether it's Afrexim Bank and others, TDB Bank, our own banks locally, who have been investing in trade finance. And often the challenge within trade finance is the size of balance sheets. That's the biggest problem. If you've done any trade finance in your career, you know that there's something called a confirming bank in that transaction. Or I think the French word is aval, an avaling bank. So we often find that the confirming bank is a bank outside your banking system with a bigger balance sheet. So it's an Afrexim Bank. Before that, you would have Deutsche Bank or some other bank, a global bank, doing it. That often is the issue when it comes to availability of trade finance, because African banks don't trust each other. They need someone else in the middle to confirm their transactions across borders for any trade. That's what is going on. But also we need to, as policymakers, as a response, we need to support the development of our border posts. We are very pleased with the Beibridge border post. We are encouraging South Africa to develop their side of the border and turn it into a non-stop border post. We know that now we're moving beyond one-stop to a non-stop border post. That's what President Bokwe told us yesterday. And also, we have given government, again, a PPP contract for the development of the Forbes border post. Again, in the next 3 years, you should see a dramatic change there. And also the upgrade of the Chirundu border post, again, under a PPP arrangement. So these are policy responses all designed to improve on the trade facilitation infrastructure in the form of border posts. Colleagues, policy-wise, we also want to respond, we're responding to yet another global imperative, which is the rising demand for new energy minerals. So it's lithium and related products, all the rare earth minerals you can think of it, including some PGMs. Even copper has become a new energy mineral. Tin is now a new energy mineral. Tungsten is a new energy mineral. And we have all of those minerals. And our policy as government, and we are seeing, you will see this right across Africa as well, that we want all these minerals to be beneficiated before they are exported. So beneficiation, value addition has become a key issue in realizing maximum value in these minerals. For lithium specifically, we even put in a kind of penalty which has encouraged the investment in beneficiation. And now we know that Prospect Lithium in Goromonzi will be launching its lithium sulfate concentrator soon, in the next month or two. And lithium sulfate is acceptable in some batteries. It is battery ready. You don't have to go to the level of lithium carbonate. Lithium sulfate will suffice. Lithium carbonate is very unstable. That's what I'm being told by by experts. So there's progress, and also Bigita, lithium as well, is making progress, a bit behind. Prospect is most ahead. But I think what would work well, colleagues, is to do what we did with the PGMs. With the PGMs, with platinum, government signed an MOU with Zimplats to invest $1.5 billion to build a refinery for the platinum sector. Having done so, we then encouraged the entire sector to then sign an MOU with Zimplats, so that every producer in the sector then takes their raw material through Zimplats refinery for further processing. So I think what would work best is to do the same thing with lithium, is to use the two Bigita and Prospect mines, lithium sulfate concentrator to process every produce from all the other producers in the market. So really that is our play on this. Of course, as government, sometimes we take a very tough action, say, let's ban the export of lithium, ban this. But really, the policy is not ban. The policy is beneficiation. I want to be clear. It's value addition, that's the policy. Ban is merely to control perhaps excessive export of raw material. I should say that really, colleagues, the investment in Mzarabane, in oil and gas at Invictus, we've just concluded our production sharing agreement with Invictus and the Geo Associates. We look forward to that project. But really, it has great promise for Zimbabwe going forward. So this will be one of the country's responses to some of the energy shocks that overall they will be able to produce some gas, maybe a little bit of oil from this investment. And we look forward to doing that in the next few years. These things take time, so it will take a few years before we get there. Colleagues, we are also responding policy-wise to other developments globally, such as the technology developments around AI. We too are investing in data centers, in acceleration hubs. But also I was surprised. I went to visit the high-performance computer facility at UZ. I was amazed to find that they are now developing LLMs, large language modules in Shona and in Ndebele. So they've got a chat GPT in Shona and Ndebele. That just shows you that they're up there, they know what they're doing. So I was pretty much impressed with their skills. I can see that we are not too far away in terms of understanding what's happening in the AI space. But also our recent launch of the BPOs, the business process outsourcing, and the KPO knowledge process outsourcing program with ZIDA. This will go a long way in allowing us to plug into that technology revolution. I know a few coders who are working even from their homes, but now they can work from a building that will declare as a special economic zone, work from that building to support clients abroad. They code for some of the top technology companies in the world, and I'm suitably impressed by their skills. So we'll be able to plug in. For some of us who can't code, we remain keen investors. Any stocks that are exposed to AI, we just buy. We do that. So maybe let me end by saying something about financial markets. I think one of the beneficiaries of AI will be the smart financial institutions. I know our markets are not large. Victoria Falls Stock Exchange has done very well. the traditional ZSC, this is our zinc market, but the two together, they're not as large as Joburg or Cairo, and certainly not NASDAQ. But it doesn't stop our stockbrokers from trading in global markets, developing AI-based trading models. You should not be shy, you should go for it. So one of the biggest beneficiaries for AI will be the financial sector, particularly trading models that allow for prediction of movement of share prices and hedging and all that goes with that. Colleagues, I've said a lot. I thank you very much for listening to me. Hopefully, I've touched on areas that really show how we policymakers are responding to the imperatives and shocks of the global economy, how we're responding to this state of discombobulation that I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Shall we give the Minister a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests? Discombobulation. Is that right, Professor? It's a state of confusion. Yeah. So to set up the tone for this one, I think the Minister has done quite well in addressing quite extensive issues. Number one issue, which is a big issue at the moment, Professor, is the issue of fuel. And I want to ask a question. This is also coming from the bottom of my heart. The pricing of fuel, Honorable Minister, we seem to be the highest in the region. Just a brief explanation. I know you touched on it at the beginning, but most people didn't really hear it well. So if you can be as brief as possible to take that question. Why do we become the most expensive in the region at the moment? It's $2 something. That's a bit unparalleled. So I would just directly ask you that question, and then perhaps you answer us, and we open the floor to everybody else.
Oh, great. I got some. Well, why are our prices high? We're not the highest in the region. We're number 2. The highest is Malawi. Our prices are very similar to prices in Kenya, by the way, if you want a real comparison. So, but why are they high? Well, first of all, we don't have a port. We are landlocked. When fuel comes through by ship, lands in Mozambique, it has to be transported here. So we have to take into account the transportation costs, or if it's through South Africa or Durban, for example, we have to take that into account in the price build-up. That's the first thing. It's the price of being landlocked. Secondly, of course, with taxes, but everybody has taxes, levies and so forth, which I tried to explain. We've got about, it amounts to about 54 cents a liter for diesel. That's the extent. If you add up everything, it amounts to about 54 cents a liter. But as I say, that we have direct control of. We can remove, we can waive, and that's what we've been doing to control the price of diesel, especially. The third issue is let me call it the FOB price at entry. Or this is the price, put it another way, is the procurement price at entry. Our procurement price as a country is about 30 to 40 cents higher per liter compared to our neighbors. So if you are to ask me and say, how then should we manage these fuel prices going forward? I would say, again, we moderate our taxes, which we've been doing. I don't think we can do much about being landlocked. It's not so easy. But again, our procurement process should be improved so that we lower the cost of procurement. So we find our prices, as I said, is 30 to 40 cents higher before it's even transported by pipeline or by truck into Zimbabwe. And this is before we even add taxes. That's why when we removed the taxes, you find that our price was still higher than others. So, yeah, I hope I've tried to answer that. Thank you.
You've tried to answer. While you still have the microphone, Honorable Minister, today, you've come to the right space. So, the other issue here that we have had, unofficial reports, obviously, about fuel being purchased in Zig. Is that something that we'll be moving towards as a country in the nearest future, or are we looking at that by any means?
Oh, but it's wonderful to see the market make its own decisions. So is the consumers, the retailers of the fuel, who have decided that Zig will be accepted. We thought as government it should be accepted for the purchase of fuel. So if this is beginning to happen, and it is beginning to happen, that's a positive thing. We cannot dictate at this stage which currency one should use, but the fact that Zig is being accepted is a very positive thing. Often we've heard, oh, government, if the Zig is such a strong currency, why can't it buy fuel? We often hear that kind of question, but it's clear that the stability of the Zig now is allowing it to be acceptable as a currency for purchase of fuel. This is positive.
Diesel blending, are we looking at that anytime soon?
Certainly, I would like that. You heard me say, because we've now really understood the impact of blending in pulling down prices. When we increase the petrol blending ratio from 5% to 20%, the price of petrol dropped by 15 cents a liter. So clearly, that's positive. I've heard memos about, how about our engines and so forth for our fancy cars. It's not so bad. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Professor. Shall we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We shall be coming back to you a little later on, but allow me to go straight to the ambassador of the EU delegation right here in Zim, Her Excellency Catherine. Perhaps my question to you to start with would be, the AU has increasingly adopted strategic trade and industrial policies in response to global distractions and disruptions, as it were. How can developing countries such as Zimbabwe align with partners like the EU while safeguarding their own industrialization agendas?
Thank you very much for the question. The European Union, and I think some other, I can't speak for everybody, but for some partners, I think as well, we continue to believe that rules-based order and free trade and regional integration are solutions to get everybody uplifted and increase connectivity and could increase trade and commerce. And this is what we're basing our work on in this country. And that means, for example, that we have an economic partnership agreement with Zimbabwe, and we've had it since 2012, which allows duty-free and quota-free access to all 27 countries of the European Union. And we've seen that even now we only have 200 companies in Zimbabwe who've taken up on this. So clearly we need to do more work to try to create interest in the European market. And we know that we're not always the easiest to access. And so the other thing that we have to do is to support especially small and medium-sized enterprises to create value chains in the country so that they can export at a higher price for them, so that we create an equal partnership that both countries benefit from. That Zimbabwe and Zimbabwean companies benefit from because they get a higher value and a higher price for their products, but that we also profit from because we get more variety of products into the European market. And that's what we're working on, that we increase that relationship. We're working with the farmers, for example, in the horticultural sector to increase value chains and build resilience for the locals so that they can get to our markets. We have working on having a testing lab in the airport in here, well, not here, in Harare, so that products can also be tested so that they can meet the standards of Europe. I know we're sometimes accused that our standards are too high. All of our standards are usually related to security or hygiene, and I would argue that the Zimbabwean population would also appreciate those high standards of hygiene and security. So helping businesses meet the standards is not just important for export, but is also important for the local and regional market. At the same time, I think as a last point, we are supporting, as I said, regional integration, because we do believe, as a regional organization, we believe that it's been very successful both in boosting, increasing intra-community trade, but also in keeping peace within the region. And in that sense, we're looking at both supporting SADC, COMESA, trade, intra-trade, and then building on that towards the African Free Trade Agreement, Continental Free Trade Agreement, so that, because we believe that that will also help both continents thrive.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that intervention there. I'll come to you, my brother Tafadzwa, from ZIDA, the Chief Executive of the Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency. We might as well give Her Excellency a round of applause there for that intervention. Thank you very much. Mr. Chinamo, what policy reforms are required to attract long-term industrial investment in a global environment which is currently characterized by heightened geopolitical risk and capital mobility?
Thank you, Chief Koti, for the question. Yeah, so I think for us, if you look at also what's driving this geopolitical tension, I think it's resources. I think everyone wants to be secure in terms of, they're not left to the mercy of other countries. So if you look at it, we have, I think, a lot of resources here. For me, I would say that our policy should therefore be directed towards ensuring that our ability to source those raw materials, say, from the ground, right through to the final product or the finished products, attract that investment. And the minister has already spoken about value addition. I think it's something that, we are seeing. He spoke about lithium sulfate. Those are the sort of steps that we should. So the question should be is that how can we get more money going into those things? So whatever investors might perceive as impediments or obstacles that hold them back in investing, those for me, that should be the target of our policy interventions. Yeah. So it's just about identifying what we prioritize as our core competencies or sectors that we really want to be champions in, and then craft regulations or policies and laws that make those most ideal for any investor to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one there, Mr. Chinamo. I'll go straight right at the end there to my big brother, Mnyaradzi Wengwere, because you are aligned with what Tafadzwa is doing. Perhaps the question to you would be, how can local content policies be effectively implemented to strengthen domestic industries without necessarily reducing its competitiveness or breaching regional trade obligations, which I guess also Her Excellency touched on, that these high standards or these perceived high standards, as it were?
Thank you very much. Maybe let me start with a football metaphor. The fact that Arsenal certainly wishes to win the league does not exclude the fact that they also want to win in Europe, do they? But the point is that games must be played at home. Success starts domestically. Yeah. And any illusion that you will be the last player domestically, but somehow emerge as number one, doesn't make sense. So as by Zimbabwe, our view has always been the priority must start domestically. And when you have successful domestic, then you can integrate regionally better. And this idea of regional integration, we need to move away from taking it as just a philosophy to understand that we're talking about wealth creation. It needs to be strategic. And as long as most of us in Southern Africa in particular are import dependent, then I dare say as much as Connect Africa makes a lot of sense, but if you're disconnected domestically, then it won't work. So let's make sure that we support domestic industry, identify areas of strength within the region. Also, let's not say let's understand what the competitive advantages within each space are. I think I'll stop there for now.
In your personal view, are you supported enough within these borders?
Certainly on the local market, if you consider the fact that when we transitioned from that lost decade in Zimbabwe, where we had less than 10% on our shelves, today, at least that which we call Zimbabwe is 80%, you'd say there's been progress. Certainly, if you look at the fact that in Zimbabwe, the fact that local public procurement now prefers local, even though for now they are still not defining local. So anything that is, anyone can come to Zimbabwe and say I'm local, even though the product is actually imported from elsewhere. So we still need to tighten up. And of course, within the regional market itself, I think the fact that we still need a SADC industrial strategy that actually works. It seems that we are still at the present moment duplicating efforts. Botswana, Zimbabwe, Malawi, they still that thing, what is Zimbabwe good at? What is South Africa good at? And therefore, what imperatives are we agreeing on to say Zimbabwe is good in this area, let's say lithium, and South Africa has accepted that Zimbabwe can beneficiate for the rest of the region. Right now, each man for themselves and God for us all. So let's move away from theory. Let's take it down and make it practical.
Practicality is what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, and we do hope that as we leave here, we at least put action to one or two of the things that we've spoken about, and that will be big, big, big success. Coming to you, Mr. Mwansa, as the development discourse shifts from aid dependency to sustainable financing, what role can innovative financing models play in supporting industrialization in these developing countries?
Thank you very much, and excited to be able to share the platform with our esteemed panelists here. So, from where we stand as a development organization, the shift obviously has shaken us, as has done to many others, but we also see this as an opportunity. If you look at where the industry, the development industry has been as we ended what I would say the last dispensation of development aid, we are looking at communities that are now ready. Okay, communities that are able to actually step up to the next level. You have young men, and I'll give examples here. I met a young man in Gundu, my phone is broken, and I said, how quickly can you fix this? He's doing little electronic shops. And he says to me, within 1 week, I'll get a screen. I said, where does it come from? He said, from China. I said, how are you going to get it from China to Gundu? He says he has his network. What I'm trying to put across here is communities are ready, and actors are already moving actually behind the policies and behind the scenes and doing work. I've seen young women drying kovo, putting it on a bus, selling it in Sandton in South Africa, all right? So we're seeing a lot of that already moving, and as we've heard this morning, what are we lacking? We are lacking capital to make that formal. What are we looking at as a sector? We are now not in, and just yesterday I was talking to one of the foundations from the Gulf. They still have money to give, and they're looking for ways that their $1 can be multiplied to $4. So what are they asking? They're asking me to guarantee through local banks of Zimbabwe or another country, this was a different country, that their dollar will be converted to $4 in local capital. And they'll put that money in a bank in Zimbabwe for case study here. And then we will then be talking to local banks. They'll be able to loan these enterprises that Minister Mushango was talking about and enable them to access the growth that they need to grow. So our role becomes a catalyst role, a connector role. Why? Because we have been working with these communities. We have been training them. We know their capacities. We've worked with the extension services of the government of Zimbabwe. And now there is already an opportunity to scale that. And I think that should be seen as an opportunity as we now prove that these are bankable people, business-ready people, and we need to really ride that wave. That window will close quickly if we don't move as quick. So I think it's a collaboration between ourselves, working with the government here, people that have money but don't want to give 5 million for 5 million. They want to see 5 million catalyzing $50 million in equity and other opportunities that present an opportunity for development for communities.
Thank you very much, my good brother there. Shall we give him a round of applause there? I think there's the issue of the packaging of the cover took me there. Coming to the president of COMESA Business Council, Mr. Chimwaza, from a regional private sector perspective, what are the most binding non-tariff barriers that are currently limiting industrial competitiveness within the COMESA area, and how can they be resolved in your view, sir?
Thank you for that good question. The automatic answer to that may continue to mislead us if I don't introduce to say that the biggest challenge is our perceptions of the challenges. And we miss out on the most serious challenges because they are not, we don't see them as relevant. For example, I'll give an example of, we have the population, among the young people, the huge percentage of the young people, maybe 80%, are underutilized, or we say unemployment. We have such a large human capital that is ready to be harvested and deployed, structured, deployed and configured in a very safe manner, especially when there's another challenge, you say the geopolitical one. We look at the unemployed as negative, there's nothing, but we look at customs, we look at we look at transport challenges, but we don't see the opportunity in the unemployed. We look at geopolitical, the wars in the Middle East and America, and we don't look at the opportunities that are coming for Africa from there to trigger us to restructure ourselves. What is happening out there is to make us think, see the opportunities and reconfigure ourselves and spring. Because what we thought were impossibilities now are possibilities. I'll give you an example. Everybody knows that hybrid chickens, most people talk about cancer. Free-ranging chickens are safest. We have this huge untapped human capital. I've been involved in research about how many people in Africa can be formed into cooperatives, structured into corporate structures, move from being individualistic to corporates, and start producing chickens to standards which are specific. And the pillars are mature. The protocol for free-ranging chickens in France is different from any other country, but our bureaus of standards can produce those standards. If we bring up all these people together and form cooperatives, and we say take 3 million in each country, they get involved into those cooperatives. Because they are cooperatives, they've got a tax identity. Already we are broadening the tax base. And now, because you are putting them there, you are now attracting you're building up a value chain. Those who have money, they'll bring in the value chain to now come with their containers, and they start producing. You bring the chickens here, and you get them ready to go for export. Now, that is another development. You are broadening the tax base, and those people who are not employed are now they are the answer. You count those chickens, which 3 million people will be producing, and they are formed corporations, it will transform. And because there is that benefit, it's no longer, the hindrance is our lack of discerning the opportunity side of what we think is negative. If we don't discern the opportunity side of the geopolitical stress, we will not realize that as they fight, then they have stopped producing food. Soon we'll have a food shortage, not just there, not just in Africa, but even where they were producing food. There's an urgent need to start producing food. Who is going to produce the food? We've got the land, we've got that untapped human capital, youthful, most of them. Again, you come up with a model to quickly begin to set them in cooperatives that will produce that. The bureaus of standards are ready. All the regulatory instruments are ready. Central banks are the same in every country. They are mature. Bureaus of standards are mature. Revenue authorities are mature. On the public sector side, they have done, there's the framework to support that. But the private sector, what will solve that is now the public sector should empower the private sector to tap on those resources and corporatize them, develop them, incubate them, and accelerate the value chain formations, and we begin to become the Africa of the hieroglyphics time, when Africa saved the whole world from famine. So it is the perceptions, challenge of perception. We are still complaining about fuel prices. The other opportunity is maybe petroleum has lived its time. Let's go deeper into this lithium. Let's go deeper into this rare earth. It might be a birth of a new culture. The fuel may not be petrol. It may just be lithium. This new energy, are we looking beyond the problem and saying, what is God saying about what we have in Africa to exploit and apply? So let's ask God, what's the solution? There are answers. The solution is hidden in the problem. Let's just go deeper.
The solution is hidden in the problem. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That is the president of the COMESA Business Council. I'll come right next to him there to the resident representative of the UNDP in Zimbabwe, the good doctor. Perhaps just from a development perspective, how can countries design industrial policies that balance competitiveness with resilience in an increasingly fragmented global trade environment, sir?
Thank you very much. The first step for developing countries to really de-risk their economy is diversification. First, we have to diversify production. You don't continue to produce one, because once that product is affected by the geopolitics, you're down. The second is we must diversify markets. Don't depend on the market that demands almost about 40 to 50% of your commodity. Once that market is affected, it affects you completely. The third element of it is you must focus on strategic partnership. Before I left government of my country about 25 years ago, one of the things we did about the issue of diversification is what we call 11-11-11. It is mandatory for you to diversify into at least 11 commodities and also focus on not less than 11 markets. You must also develop what you call 11 strategic partnerships. This is what we consider to be something that is really very important, that we insulate the economy from this geopolitics when it happens for some time. That's the first component of it. The second component of making sure we focus on competitiveness and resilience within the geopolitical context is leveraging the comparative advantage of your country for value chain. For instance, in Zimbabwe, one of the two major comparative advantages will be in the area of agriculture and in the area of mining. How do we ensure that this value chain development will achieve advantages so that it helps to diversify the economy? The third element relates to facilitating what you call regional integration, because you have to de-risk your economy from these geopolitics. Once you do that, you create a kind of buffer for the economy to be able to work within your neighbors. But in most cases, we realize that most African countries don't even trade with their neighbors, but they trade with countries about 1,000, 2,000 kilometers away. So I think this is one of the areas we have to really use to promote competitiveness while at the same time create resilience in a geopolitical context. Now, there is one thing which we did when I was the resident representative in South Africa, which will help us to really also de-risk the economy from geopolitics, is linking our small-scale enterprises to the large enterprises. This is to localize value chain development and insulate the economy from geopolitics. We don't do this quite often. In UNDP, we call it Supply Development Program, where we facilitate appropriate linkages between small-scale enterprises and large companies. This will help us to really not only build the capacity of the small economies, but to be productive and contribute to the system. The final component of it is and I'm happy the Honorable Minister of Finance is here and the Minister of Industry is here. We need an agile and adaptable policy frameworks to deal with geopolitics. Most of the things we have in Africa, something changes today, it takes between 6 months and 12 months to adjust to the development. We need something that we can respond to within a very short time, not even up to 2 weeks, so that we can deal with this. We need a kind of industrial policy that will be able to accommodate this so that it helps us to promote competitiveness. And finally, there is one thing that is really very important, and I'm so happy the Honorable Minister mentioned this. We need to really focus more on competitiveness rather than the trade instruments, whether tariffs or subsidies. What we need to do is to focus on how can we reduce cost of production locally. And that's why the ease of doing business that the government is currently working on under the leadership of the Ministry of Finance and the OPC, where they are now compressing almost about 1,500 permits, levies, and regulations being consolidated into something that is what we call trade and investment friendly. These are the kind of things we need to put in place for us to really insulate the economy from the emerging geopolitics.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's the UNGP representative here in the country. So I know I'm dealing with the panel here, but you know there's always political pressure and business pressure. So it's a bit of both. I'm going to ask one of the elders within the Zimbabwean society. He raised his hand now. I think he's got something burning. I will allow him to go very briefly. Honorable Mchangwa.
Thank you so much, the panelists, particularly led from the EU and our Minister of Finance. I just want to raise something about regional integration quickly.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Zimbabwe has now have a proof of concept that an inland African country can have a steel plant which is world class.
If we try to export ore, we are too far from the coast. We can't compete with major ore exporters. Now we have a world-class steel plant by a Fortune 500, 254 company in Zimbabwe. Our neighbor, South Africa, is head now to shut down their steel plant because of the competitive advantage which Zimbabwe has. Now, South Africa has got, until recently, the largest car industry on the African continent, exporting globally. But they are being overtaken by Morocco. Why is it happening? Because Morocco has got proximity to Europe. But what do we have in Southern Africa? In Southern Africa, we have got the proximity of all the transition minerals which Minister Mutuli was talking about. They are within perimeter. We start from manganese, South Africa, 85%. Ferrochrome, Zimbabwe and South Africa, 85%. Lithium, Zimbabwe, 25%. Graphite, Mozambique is #1 in the world. Nickel, Tanzania has invested heavily in the nickel industry. Minister talked about copper. Copper is king now because all the transition minerals need to conduct electricity. So Zambia and DRC, now they've got 40 to 50% of the world copper. Cobalt, all the trucks you see passing through Zimbabwe, they are carrying cobalt to the global market to make batteries. So the proximity of all these minerals makes Southern Africa a natural leader if we think properly about where we want to go. The issue is one of energy. But look at what has happened in Mozambique. Since Trump came, $4.7 billion is being pumped into Cabo Delgado. You no longer hear of terrorism. That infrastructure and the whole of Cabo Delgado is to supply gas to the major markets of the world. But we are within the region. Why not build power stations next to that and piggyback on that infrastructure, then transport electricity from Cabo Delgado? Then we build the power lines from Cabo Delgado to Manise, to South Africa, using the steel which we have in the region. So this is what is happening, and I'm talking because at both ANC and ZANU level, ZANU-PF, we are talking about that. We are also talking about that with Frelimo in Mozambique. We are talking about yesterday with the president of Mozambique, of Botswana. So my view is that if we think properly, no region in the world should produce steel or any of these cars cheaper than Southern Africa, because the energy bank is there, Mozambique. We also have, of course, the Zambezi River. There are 8 cataracts all the way to the coast. It's most powerful in Mozambique. So if we build hydroelectricity power stations in Mozambique, we should produce electricity at a price which is 3 cents per kilowatt cheaper than even China. If we do that, then this region becomes the supplier of the next industrial revolution of this world. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mchangwa, for giving us that detailed comment.
Just one more. You are in Bulawayo. What was this town famous for? Steel fabrication. Where was the steel coming from? From Kwekwe, from Zisco. Zisco collapsed, Bulawayo died. All the factories around this place here, they are there now. They are being used by religious groups for preaching on Sunday. The factories are there, the electricity is there, the road is there, this railway siding is there, but nobody has thought that 200 kilometers from Bulawayo is Manise with steel 10 times better than the one from Zisco. And from a company bigger than what Zisco could never dream to be. But nobody wants to think about just repurposing those factories. Refurbishing and repurposing this city again to become a steel fabrication center for Africa. Africa's consumption of steel is going at 25 to 30% per annum. And we have the raw material, we have the town which used to supply the whole region with the rolling stock. But we need to think much more creatively about where we want to go. I understand when we may want the small industries, but they only prosper when the big ones chart the way. You need infrastructure. You can't get infrastructure via CSO factories. But what I'm talking about creates infrastructure demand, water, electricity, ports, railways, roads to Mozambique. These are the issues which will make this region be great again. I thank you.
Very well articulated, sir, and he drops the mic and he walks away. Let's give him a round of applause again.
So just to add,
Yes,
we
yes,
are
yes.
going to declare a special economic zone for steel in Bulawayo soon. It's coming.
That's very
It's
great
because
news
of
to
these
Bulawayo.
conversations. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that intervention. Very, very interesting and exciting, I think. Yeah, we grew up seeing these factories that Ambassador is talking about that are now Sunday factories, as it were. We are now doing more praise in those factories than productivity. I would like to open up to the floor. If there are any burning questions for any of our panelists here, they came prepared. They are ready to answer your questions. And then we wrap up this session because time is always an enemy. Just show by raising hand and a microphone will come straight to you. Any burning questions from the crowd? Or comment at least? Going once? Oh, there's someone right at the end there. Please just stand, my brother, your name and where you're from, and shoot.
Thank you. Probably directing this question to the Minister of Finance. With regards to the regulating of the expiry of data right across, be it on telephones, right across, why should it expire? Isn't it just a simple monetary gain for the organizations? Why can't we let it not expire, say, within a certain period of time? Let it work and stop as per usage, not because of a particular timeline. I hope I'm clear. I bought data for a 1 gig, and it only expires just for a day. Why shouldn't I exhaust it? That can actually assist these SMEs to operate successfully and meaningfully without spending much just on communication. Let it roll on up to until I exhaust it. That will make sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question, comment, briefly? There's another one there in the middle, my brother.
My question goes to Mr. Chinamo. We do talk about inter-Africa trade. Do we have any significant conversations around inter-Africa investment?
Okay, you've taken note, Mr. Chinamo. You can go ahead with your contribution.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Innocent Gretz. My question and comment actually goes to the Commissioner President. Thank you so much for recognizing that my kind, my people, we don't have employment and we are idle resource. But the reality of the situation is the reason why we become idle is mainly because of lack of infrastructure for us to function. You realize that I am biased towards agriculture. And agriculture is a billion-dollar economy, we all say. But anyone wants to get into agriculture, start to think of being a farmer. But as a value chain finance, you find that I can be in agriculture only for packaging and distribution, and I'm participating. I can be in agriculture only because of warehouse. I facilitate cold storage facilities, and I'm in agriculture. I can design my own transport specifically for horticulture produce transportation, and I'm in agriculture. But the reason why we're not participating is the lack of infrastructure, regional infrastructure. I'm trying to operate in Botswana. I'm a Zimbabwean. The movement of produce, horticulture produce to Botswana, coming from Bulawayo, it's terrible, right? But we realize now that when Botswana opened borders, they allow this kind of movement, right, in South Africa or Botswana. But right now you realize now that the infrastructure to operate becomes a limitation. So if you can help us by giving us the infrastructure, even at small scale, those connected hubs, you find that we become operational and we have the energy to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll go straight to the professor there to take the comment that was given first, and then we'll go to Mr. Chinamo and the COMESA president.
A very good question indeed. Why should data usage have a time limit? Once you've purchased a certain quantum of data, why doesn't it run until you finish? Why should there be a time limit? It's a very good question. Also aware that somebody in South Africa has even challenged this in court. They've gone to court. We've been watching that outcome. Actually they won. They won it in court. So it's food for thought. We're going to look into it. We're going to look into it. It's a very, very good question.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Chinamo?
Okay, thank you. Very good question indeed. And I would say that, so we do focus on inter-Africa investment, but why it's not as large or why it still is a problem for us, I think the reasons mirror the trade. And the first one, I guess, is access. You know, just Africa is not connected well enough. I think that's number one. Even just traveling from one African country to another, in a lot of places you actually have to go 4 or 5 stops or even leave the continent in some cases. So I think that's one reason. The other one also, I would say that is that Africa is generally developing and we don't have a deep pool of investors with the kind of funding, you know, that countries generally attract as investors. So I think that could also be another one. But having said that, we are making efforts. Just here at ZITF, you would know that the president of Botswana was here to officially open ZITF. This morning, ZIDA, Zimtrade, and our equivalent in Botswana, we were having a business conference at the Holiday Inn. And the talk really was just about that there is no reason why companies in Zimbabwe should not be investing in Botswana and vice versa. And we do work very well with our counterparts, not just in Botswana, but across the continent to make that happen. But obviously it's limited by the first two things I spoke about. Access, you know, which is why it's a no-brainer for neighboring countries at least. But if you go beyond that, if you want to, say, invest in West Africa and things like that, I think it's those sort of things that then become a problem. And also the fact that we are small economies, not a big pool of large companies or rich people to invest in these countries. I hope I've explained that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the COMESA President of Business Council.
Yeah, thank you. I liked your question because I see that I have a ready example. When I was flying here yesterday from Malawi, I was with a young man. He has a farm and he's also a chess player, so he was going to Cape Town. I connected via Joburg. And he was having the same concerns as you do because he was having challenges. And I asked him, are you a lone farmer or you are a group? He says, a group, I don't like groups. So then I told him a story about a project in Malawi called Pata Sugar Cooperative. Pata, P-H-A-T-A. You can Google it. It happens to be in the southern Malawi. I happen to have acquired some land out of helping somebody because he was stuck. But then there was a lookout for that area should be formed into a cooperative for producing sugar. So the villagers, because they know what I do, they said, do you think this is a good idea? I said, it's a very good idea. But the people had to give up farming maize, and they had to cede their land to the project, to the cooperative. The promise was that there would be a loan from France if we were a cooperative and registered, and they would bring in all the irrigation equipment. They would have a fund for us to get a consulting manager. So they asked, and for some, they listened, they thought I was saying something right. We all agreed as members of that village. And we had about 3,000, close to 3,000. The exact hectares, you get it from our website. So people went off growing maize from there and seeded the land, and then got not a low-cost consultants, Agrichem came, set up the farm, and employed, so now it was a tax, it has a tax identity. In the first few years, after harvesting, the dividends were 50,000 kwacha per hectare coming to the farmers. And it was looking like nothing. But we were paying for the loan. 4 years ago, we finished the loan. And just last year, the dividends were, it's not profit, but dividends. Actually, half of the dividend. The half dividend was 1,700,000 kwacha per hectare. Now, everything is produced for you, and we've cleared the loan. But if each person, because it's cooperative, it's corporate, it's not individual. Now everybody makes more money than if all of us were put together and were doing something else, we wouldn't make even half that money. So if you are alone, everything looks impossible. But think of if you were 100 and you went to a project like to UNDP to say, we want to form a corporation that will do A, B, C, D, and we want to start off with this, you project, and you'll be salaried there, they will listen. But we want to be counted, that people will say, so-and-so has done this. If in Africa, we realize that in any venture, if you do it alone, and you will not make, even if you have got the same land alone, and you invite 10 people to work with you for free, but you form a cooperative on that land, you will make more money than the 10 of you would work on your own somewhere else, because corporate has a discipline which cannot be achieved at individual level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chimwanza, for that elaborate response. I think the message is very clear there, young men. You need to find other people to work with. You need to collaborate as much as possible if you are to make it. As we bring this session to a close, ladies and gentlemen, let the message be very clear. The era of being spectators to global trade is over. We cannot control the geopolitical tensions that shake the world, but we can control the strength of our own foundations. Our industrial competitiveness is not on economical targets only, it is our regional shield. By choosing value addition over commodity exports and regional integration over external dependence, we ensure that the narrative of brand Africa is written by us and only for us. Let us leave this room not just with policies, but with political will, honorable ministers and politicians in the room, to build industries that are resilient as they are competitive as well. It is time to step into the arena and claim the seat at this global table. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to thank Her Excellency Ms. Catherine Hajman, the ambassador to the EU delegation here in Zimbabwe, Dr. Ayodele Odesola, the resident representative of the UNDP. Also allow me to thank Mr. James Chimwanza, who is the president of COMESA Business Council and Walter Mwasa, the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern African Care International, and my two big brothers, Mr. Munyaradzi Wengwere, who is the Chairperson of BAI Zimbabwe, and last but not least, Mr. Tafadzwa Chinamo, who is the Chief Executive at the Zimbabwe Investment and Development Agency. And Honorable Minister, Professor Mthuli Ncube, we appreciate you so much and thank you for making time. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give our panelists a round of applause as they take their leave to their seats.
Thank you so much. Before they depart, Chief Koti, you can also join them. If I could ask that they all stand up for a group photo. Our photographers, if you could very quickly capture the moment and make sure that we capture this in history. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator, Chief Koti, and our panel once again. As that is happening, if I could please invite Linda Muriro to please come up. She will be the navigator of the next discussion and the next panel, which will be for the next 25 minutes, after which we will then break for our lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again to this panel, and I will allow Linda to introduce her panelists once she gets to the podium. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up to take her position. The theme for this panel is addressing the infrastructure challenges to create connected economies. There's been quite a lot of talk about infrastructure, so I think it's quite appropriate that we now have a panel that is focusing specifically on issues to do with infrastructure. Over to you, ma'am, for your panel.
I think another round of applause to the last moderator and their session. I would have wanted to know from the finance minister how tenable diesel blending is. I have seen already the story is trending from that announcement he made. I've seen a post on Star FM. I'm not sure around if any feasibility tests have been taken around diesel blending, but I'm sure it's a story for another day. Allow me to pay homage to our guest of honor, the Vice President, who delivered the keynote address earlier on, and our government ministers and officials who throughout this week have actively interacted with stakeholders and delegates. In the interest of time, I will ride on the protocol that has already been well established. I'm Linda Muriro, and I will be your moderator for this critically important conversation themed addressing infrastructure challenges to create connected economies. Now, in many African countries, infrastructure gaps are estimated to reduce economic growth by up to 2 percentage points annually, while increasing trade costs by as much as 30 to 40%. A change in infrastructure investment and coordination. This session will examine practical pathways to close infrastructure gaps, strengthen connectivity, and support competitive industries. And allow me now to invite the panelists who will give us, who will assist us with this discussion. Representing the Chief Executive Officer of the Mutapa Investment Fund, Dr. John Mangujga. Please help me welcome up front Dr. Forbes Kanogwere from the MIF. So he will bring a strategic investment and sovereign capital perspective on financing national and regional infrastructure, and he will give us, I'll give him about maybe 5 minutes just to give us a brief presentation before we get into that panel discussion. And he will be joined up front by the Head Project and Infrastructure Finance, Southern Africa, Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, Mr. Simbarashe Chikarango. Please appreciate him as he comes forward. We are also joined to offer insights from the construction and implementation front lines, President of the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association, Dr. Tinashe and the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Econet Wireless, representing the digital infrastructure and telecommunications sector, which is redefining how Africa connects, trades, and innovates, Mr. Roy Chimanikire. This panel will also have a Chief Executive Officer of Zinara, Mr. Nkosinathi Ncube. And we'll also have to share invaluable regional and continental perspectives on cross-border infrastructure, diplomacy, and cooperation. The Ambassador of Zambia, Ambassador Wilson Tembo, please come up, Your Excellency. As well as Ethiopia's representative to Zimbabwe, Ambassador Mohammed. Please put your hands together as he comes forward. And we will do our best to work within the time that we've been given, considering the last moderator didn't do so well with his time allocation. So allow me now to invite our presentation, which will be very brief, Dr. Kanogwere. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. As we've just heard, I think I've got a very limited time, so allow me to observe all protocol as has been established. Just in a minute, for some of us who are understanding Mutapa for the first time, this is the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Zimbabwe, which was, of course, established in 2014 and remodeled in 2023. And about 30 entities were transferred to be the initial capital of the fund, and the vision is to secure a successful future for the country in line with our national priorities. We are moving on with our strategy for 2026 to 2023, which is the FIRE, where F stands for fixing, I for invigorating, R for reviving, and E for extraction. Then we'll be getting value out of that. In the interest of time, I will jump to the next items. The issue of infrastructure is not just a local issue. It's a global issue. It's a continental issue. I think it has been highlighted by quite a number of speakers here. According to the report from the African Development Bank, Africa still invests less in infrastructure development. Only about 4% of GDP is invested in infrastructure, which actually shows that there's a gap. And the same institution assessed that if we bring the infrastructure gap, if we bridge the infrastructure gap, Africa can also improve in terms of GDP by 2 percentage points each year, which is a milestone, especially for us who are aiming for Vision 2030. Now, if you go to our NDS2, there are 10 value chains. In fact, there are 10 value chains. There are also some infrastructural aspects that the blueprint ascribes, of which Mutapa Investment Fund takes an active role in most of them. There is rail and air transport, there is energy infrastructure, there is petroleum infrastructure, there is agriculture infrastructure, and also digital infrastructure. So the fund is supporting and facilitating investments in all the entities under its armpit. The following are examples. I'm just going to give a few of the examples from some entities that we do have and that we are working with. First is the infrastructure interventions within the rail infrastructure. The fund fully understands that a connected economy needs a rail infrastructure that moves goods safely, predictably, and at lower costs. So through support that we are giving to NRZ, the fund is aggressively addressing both the physical and systems infrastructure barriers to connectivity, facilitate seamless trade, and ultimately make rail more competitive for bulk freight and transport cargo. Engagements with the potential investors are going on to secure the much-needed capital to upscale handling capacity, procure additional locomotives, wagons, and rehabilitations, including signaling upgrades. The agenda with the NRZ is centered on rehabilitating the infrastructure, digitalizing, modernizing the operations, and deepening cross-border interoperability, among others. In terms of achievements to date, there has been restoration of about 11 locomotives, 538 wagons, and 32 coaches that have been rehabilitated. And in collaboration with our regional partners, we are also rehabilitating some corridors, including Somabula, Rutenga, Kuala. Those interventions are ongoing. Due to this, we actually we've reduced derailment by almost 5%, 35% I mean. Let me quickly rush to air transport infrastructure. Mutapa Investment Fund, working with the ministries, departments, and agencies, is on course to revive Air Zimbabwe. That is the national air flag. Reading on behalf of Dr. Mangujga, this is his speech. So he's saying, as he stated, or as I stated in my public lecture on 30 January 2026, some of us were present in Harare when he made this public lecture. Air Zimbabwe will be relaunching its maiden international flight, the Harare-London route, in June 2026. That statement he made has not changed. There are only some legal issues that are still ongoing, but that is something that is going to be, that is on course. Then we are clear on our strategy to revive Air Zimbabwe and also to congest the domestic and the regional markets so that we have connected economies. Air transport is powerful, or is a powerful engine for establishing connectivity by linking cities, regions, countries through fast and reliable movement of people. In the digital space, we are also having some inroads as a fund, working with our telecom companies. Through support from the fund and own resources, Net1 has continued to expand LTS base stations, introduce 5G, deploy solar-powered sites, roll out enterprise solutions like One Man, One Connect, and pioneered innovations such as satellite-enabled connectivity and telemedicine platforms. That's infrastructure which is being installed across to encourage or to enhance connectivity. Likewise, with support from the fund and own resources, TEL1, which won a prize yesterday, in addition to other various initiatives, deployed a high-capacity self-healing national fiber optic transmission network connecting major cities and the regional economic centers with the backbone now spanning over 80,400 kilometers of fiber infrastructure. Rollout of fiber to the home and fixed wireless broadband access is ongoing with the intention to connect the underserved community areas. And still on the telecoms, PowerTel has also established over 4,000 kilometers of backbone fiber across the country, deployed close to 10,000 kilometers of metro and access to fiber. All this in the spirit of enhancing connectivity. In terms of business and household infrastructure provision, with support from the fund as well. Somebody was talking about the hub. We have got Sunway City Special Economic Zone, which is emerging as a powerful engine for establishing connected economies. A special economic zone, we know the incentives that do prevail in such environments. So by streamlining the custom procedures, offering tax incentives, trade logistics, Sunway City, which is in Harare, is on course to be a regional hub in terms of investment attraction, in terms of infrastructure development, and in terms of trade development as well. In the petroleum sector, just in a minute, petroleum infrastructure, we know, is also very essential for economic integration in Southern Africa. So Zimbabwe, somebody talked about competitive advantage. Zimbabwe has a competitive advantage in petroleum infrastructure, well positioned to connect and supply regional peers. So the fund has significantly supported NOIC, our infrastructure ended to secure investments, making it a hub of petroleum products for the local and the regional markets. Quite a number of infrastructure has been concluded. I can go on and on. We know what is happening in Zesa. Previously, we talked about 41 days without load shedding. Now we are at 119 days without load shedding, and it's ongoing in terms of investments. So as a fund, working with these entities, we are installing the necessary infrastructure to connect in economies and make the companies also competitive. And we can talk of a lot of these entities that are doing a lot. We talked about value chain. We've heard about Sebos. We are putting up infrastructure. Doroa putting up infrastructure to have our own fertilizer produced locally. And that is also ongoing. Beef and value chain, we are reviving CSC, which is a key company in Bulawayo. Very soon it will also be a giant on the market. So a lot is happening from the fund in terms of establishing the necessary infrastructure to connect economies. Time has always been jealous.
I was about to interject you, otherwise you'll finish before an empty room. But let's appreciate that speech, the delivery that he has just made. Can we give him a round of applause? I will start with Mr. Simbarashe Chikarango. We've heard that presentation from the Mtapa Investment Fund. We have seen the government of Zimbabwe embarking on an enhanced infrastructure drive as enshrined in NDS-1 and NDS-2. We know that at the end of this year, we'll be hosting COMESA like we saw during the year that we hosted SADC. We saw a lot of infrastructure upgrades being made. But there have been concerns by critics around the government of Zimbabwe's financing model of its infrastructure drive. In your view, what financing models are most effective in mobilizing capital for large-scale infrastructure projects, not just in Zimbabwe, but in Africa?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As introduced, my name is Simbarashe Chikarango. I work with our Trade and Development Bank. I head the Project and Infrastructure Finance Department. I think the infrastructure gap in Southern Africa and in Zimbabwe is well documented. I think we had an annual gap of between 130 to 170 billion per annum. So in terms of our effective financing models, from where we sit as a development finance institution, I would say there is no one model that's sufficient. You have to work with a number of models. And I think what we heard earlier in the day and during the symposium is that most of our Southern African countries, Zimbabwe included, have a tight fiscal space. The sovereign borrowing space is really constrained. So one of the key models that is effective and can be scaled is project financing under a PPP model, public-private partnership. What project finance does is that it helps to bring private sector into infrastructure financing through an SPV or special purpose vehicle that then raises large amounts of financing using the assets that are being developed or financed. The securities also the project assets that are being financed. However, project financing is really largely depends on cash flow certainty. And that PPP framework really then helps with efficient risk allocation, where risks are allocated to the party that's best placed to manage that risk. So project financing is really key and core to financing our infrastructure. But quickly, what we have also been witnessing is the growth of blended finance. Blended finance brings development capital into financing a project through DFIs, development partners, impact funds, and then mobilizes private capital into the project. So when we look at blended finance, like what has happened in Tanzania and Kenya, when they had developed the standard gauge rail project, both in Kenya and Tanzania and into Uganda, we do have ECAs, export credit agencies, bringing long-term funding and export credit insurance. And then you have DFIs, the likes of TDB, DBSA, Afrexim Bank, Africa Finance Corporation, taking a DFI tranche of between 15 to 18 years. And then you also have commercial banks are also coming in. So blended finance is growing and helps to finance large infrastructure projects. I'll just quickly mention the other models of financing infrastructure quickly. We have also seen private equity infrastructure funds. I think the Minister of Finance mentioned venture capital in the morning. We also are seeing EPC plus F, where large EPC contractors are also bringing financing when they do win tenders or bids for large projects. But most importantly, we're also seeing a lot of project preparation and development facilities. I think one of the speakers earlier on said one key concern we have in infrastructure is not funding, it's actually bankable projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. And coming to you, Dr. Madunzungu, you are president of the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association. How can the construction sector be strengthened to support industrialization and infrastructure development at scale?
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much, Linda. Yeah, the issue is said by my predecessors in terms of financing. That's a very strong point to talk of financing when we come to infrastructure development. But however, as the construction industry, we really need to have very strong reforms when it comes to how we may have a strengthening of the institution of construction. We have issues that may speak to weak governance practices that we do have as a country. To say even if we are going to be able to get the 150 billion annually that is expected to finance infrastructure, but the big question is, are we able to execute and use that $150 billion? Do we have proper project managers in the country? Are they well trained? So these are some of the issues, meaning to say we need to jump quickly to formulate a system that allows for proper project management. Coming from the construction industry, we have launched in 2025 the Construction Academy in Zimbabwe through the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association. And this academy looks at all projects that are in Zimbabwe, big or small, private or public, to say anyone who is going to be managing the project, whether this person is a quantity surveyor, an engineer, an architect, are they doing it rightfully? So this is, again, something that we have adopted as a construction industry. It is at its infancy, but it requires support from the nation at large. And this, therefore, will bring us to what we exactly want as Zimbabwe and as Africa as well. Then, generally, the issues also of dealing or working together with other regional countries in the quest of making sure that infrastructure, for example, in Southern Africa, becomes a harmonized approach. Because the trade advantage that we need to have in order to have economic independence or economic development in Zimbabwe, it's all leveled against how are we logistically positioned with the next country, with Botswana, with South Africa, with Angola. So the moment, the movement is to say, as Zimbabwe now, what have we done as well? To answer your question, to say what should be done, we have already started taking steps, because as the Construction Industry Association, we have already established a platform where we have all Southern African countries coming together to discuss their construction or infrastructure needs and all objectives strategically, to say, for us to get to Beira, how is South Africa or how is Namibia able to get to Beira as well, even in the event that they need to go there? So meaning to say we have a plan. So we're talking of planning now, to say we need to plan well strategically in order to reduce trade costs and while we're improving our infrastructure. So it's not a matter of simply building in Zimbabwe or in Africa. It's a matter of avoiding cost to the tune of 2% annually, cost associated with lack of infrastructure in all transactions that we do. At the same time, increasing trade costs by 30 to 40% again by not having proper infrastructure in a country. So in order to avoid that, we really need to have an approach that gives us the right to infrastructure movement as we plan in Zimbabwe and across the region as a whole. So these are some of the issues that we do as the construction industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manzungu. And Mr. Ncube, I'm really going to put you on the spot here as the CEO of Zinara. What specific policy decisions, past or present, have mostly constrained Zinara's ability to deliver a world-class road network? And what politically difficult reforms must now be confronted if Zimbabwe is serious about infrastructure-led growth?
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I think on the spot you have put me, but I think there are a number of issues which have constrained the road development, road maintenance. But I think the first and probably most important is that it has really not been policies per se, but it has been more on the execution side. One of the most difficult issues that constrained Zimbabwe from developing its road network was the issue of funding. Funding from a tariff point of view. For a long time, you will remember up to around 2021, 2022, even at toll gates, we're paying about 10 cents. It used to be 10 bond. So that funding, which we were collecting as a government through a road fund, was insignificant to even develop a few kilometers in one small city. So one of the key issues that we have to accept and acknowledge as Zimbabwe is that everything will come at a cost. So the first one was the pricing, making sure that we set the right tariffs. In 2022, when the Ministry of Finance and Transport managed to right-size or to rectify the tariffs, that's when we started to see progress. Though on the consumer side, it comes at a cost, a visible cost on their part, but from the economy at large, it starts to make sense. So the first issue, which is related to what the Minister of Finance was saying on tariffs, on fuel levy, you find that it makes sense to start pricing correctly. But on the flip side, now when the funds had been collected, or when the government is collecting and pushing through the pricing, there is the issue where, from a road construction point of view, issues of quality come into play. If you look at what we have managed to pay as a government through Zinara on the roads over the past 4 years, we are almost exceeding $1 billion US. But then if you look at the road network and say, okay, that 1 billion, how do you account for it? Where exactly did it go? You'll find issues of quality coming into play. So where a road is done in 2024, but in 2025 it has got potholes. So if you look at from a policy point of view, there is need for both the public sector and the private sector to have issues of accountability. So when you use public funds to execute a project, even as a private player, you have to give account as to how you used those funds. So if you construct a road, be it or you are doing a major rehabilitation or a maintenance project, as a private player as well, you have to show pride in it and say, I proudly did this road and it will last for so many years. In conclusion, the other policy really, you'll find that I think my colleague has already made on how to get funds on project financing. And one of the major tools, which is PPP, has not really been fully explored in the road and rail sector, because the two come hand in glove. For instance, the roads that have been done, if you take Plumtree Forbes, or you take Bedbridge Harare, or you take the Vic Falls Bulawayo, most roads cannot accommodate the volume of traffic which is there now. 2 years ago, there were less than 500 trucks that were coming from Beira to Harare. Right now, on a daily basis, you have got more than 1,200 trucks that come from the Mozambique border to Harare. 1,200 big trucks, and that calls for an efficient rail. So the roads that we have cannot stomach the traffic on its own. So one of the key policies is to make sure that rail and road share the spoils. Road is not meant for the traffic that it is currently holding, and that's one big policy which has to be effected immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope time will allow us then to hear what the MIF is doing in regards to that last submission that you've made. But coming to you, Ambassador Tembo, and as we just do this one round of questions, you can prepare. We'll try and take just 3 burning questions in the interest of time for the panel. We've heard speaker after speaker talking about public-private partnerships, PPPs. Maybe briefly, what has been Zambia's experience with PPPs, and how can governments create environments that attract credible private investors?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. For Zambia, I think our experience with the PPPs has been that currently Zambia is constructing one of the most important stretches of our roads, which forms part of the north-south corridor. This is between Lusaka and Ndola, which is using the PPP model. And this is a stretch of about 300 plus kilometers. Work is in progress. I think scheduled to be completed, I think towards the end of this year. And this has worked for us quite well. I think we all know that most of our governments face finance problems, I think due to high indebtedness and also limited budgets. So the PPP has been found to be one of the models to use in project financing. It's working well, and we hope that we are going to have many more projects being done using the model of PPP. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ambassador Mohammed, Ethiopia is often cited as a continental infrastructure reform success story, particularly in energy, rail, and industrial parks. What key lessons from Ethiopia's infrastructure-led development model can be replicated by other African countries, including Zimbabwe?
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. As you have said, Ethiopia considered, infrastructure as one of the most important political commitments, and to enable Ethiopia to develop, infrastructure, we rely more on domestically generated resources. For example, we have built a Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam, which generates about 5,000 megawatts of electricity, and that project was 100% financed by domestically generated resources. The government introduced an infrastructural bond through which all Ethiopians, including those who are in diaspora, can participate. So that's one of the things that we can maybe give as a lesson to other countries, because we are more tempted to mobilize internal resources. The second thing, we have a long-term plan. For example, 2 years ago, Ethiopia regulated discouragement of importation of fuel-powered vehicles. So when the current global crisis happened, Ethiopia was not affected as such, because we have started banning any fuel-powered vehicles. And in the last 2 years, we have more than 200,000 electric powered vehicles, and that has helped us a lot. Besides, Ethiopia is also focusing now in introducing artificial intelligence. It is becoming the first country in Africa to establish AI university, and the government launched a program through which 5 million Ethiopians will be acquainted with the knowledge of artificial intelligence online. So this shows Ethiopia is more forward-looking. Besides, we are focusing also to connect with other neighboring countries. We have constructed a railway that connects Ethiopia with Djibouti, and most of our roads are financed 90% from domestically generated resources. Besides, we are constructing the biggest airport in Africa, which accommodates about 100 million passengers per year, and it is under construction. And that project is financed by Ethiopian Airlines Group. About 40% of that project is financed by Ethiopian Airlines Group, because the total project cost is $10 billion US, and we are looking for just 60 or 50% from outside. So one of the most important salient feature for our project is to rely on domestically generated resources. Thank you.
All right, so in the interest of time, I think we can take a few questions. Are there any questions from the floor? I see a hand there. Maybe 3 burning questions for our panel regards our topic of discussion. Thank you. Please kindly introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you very much. Mark is my name. I happen to be in the energy sector, fuel in particular. I think my question is addressed to our good doctor, Sovereign Fund. I wanted to find out, as government, if part of our NOIC infrastructure development, are there any plans to put a pipeline linking Feruka, Bulawayo, Victoria Falls into Zambia? Because if I also heard well, Zinara CEO was also concerned about roads being destroyed by bulk movement, and fuel also happens to be part of that. So pipeline would actually help ease linking southern region, because you'd find, being somebody who has got a safe station in Wange, I'm sending my fuel tanker to Feruka, which is Mtare, driving all the way up to Wange. So even in terms of cost, you would find the price that will land it there. If we are going to put a pipeline, we are likely to reduce the price of fuel, and fuel has got ripple effect. It affects all industries across. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Any other questions? All right, I see none. All right, I'll allow Dr. Kanogwere to respond to that one.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. I think, as I've mentioned in the presentation, NOIC is working to be a regional hub when it comes to fuel distribution. And as you know, that we are looking at the capital projects, which cannot happen as quickly as we may think. working with the Minister of Energy and all relevant stakeholders. First phase that they've done is to expand the current pipeline from 2.19 metric tons, if it's billion, tons per year to 3 billion. That was phase one, and they've done that. Phase two then encompasses expanding the same pipeline to 5 billion. And that's what they are working on as of now, so that if we have enough, then we can, of course, distribute regionally. We'll be then talking about expanding into the region. But as I have said, that is the end game for NOI, being a regional hub, so that they'll be able to supply within SADC and even up to other COMESA countries. So it's work in progress, and they are working on it in stages. So far, phase one is completed. We are getting to phase two. Then maybe that will also be part of their development strategy, working with our parent ministry. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I'll just ask all of you to perhaps give just your final submissions under 2 minutes. Beginning with you, Dr. Kadogwere, as we close this session.
Well, thank you. Maybe just to also emphasize what I've said, to say, as a fund, working with all entities that were placed under the fund, together with various ministries, line ministries of maybe those entities and all other stakeholders and the development partners, we are doing a lot. I think I can refer you to our 2025 abridged audited financial statement, which is already on our website. It can tell you, if you compare it with the 2024, then 2025, you could see a jump that we've done in terms of tuning the performance of these entities, and it has been shown within our financial statement to show that at least we are moving the right direction. So with your support and continued working together, we can easily turn these companies to being real contributors to our national economy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think from where we sit as TDB, being a regional development finance institution, in terms of infrastructure, we're sitting on a number of climate and infrastructure lines of credit that we are struggling to deploy. What we see as a key constraint is bankability. And what we see and propose is to fix the upstream in terms of project preparation and development by crowding in as many facilities as possible through the DFIs, development partners, impact funds, so that there are a lot of resources that are directed to project development and preparation. That way, we can then have a number of bankable projects. What we currently see is that when there is a well-structured bankable project in the region, it's oversubscribed by lenders. So the more bankable projects we have, the more we'll be able to deploy. What we also see is the need to stabilize policy and regulation, especially if we are saying project finance and PPPs are the core model for funding, because for project finance, you need cash flow certainty. So change in policy, change in regulation becomes a key risk that slows down our infrastructure financing. As DFIs, we are able to bring credit enhancement to de-risk our projects through credit enhancement, through partial risk guarantees, partial credit guarantees, minimum revenue guarantees, and also provide a first loss capital, which takes the first hit when things do not work well.
I'm going to have to cut you short there. You can.
No, I was just going to say, at TDB, we are open for business in Southern Africa. Our key areas or sectors of interest, energy is a top priority because it is a systemic enabler. Transport and logistics, mining and critical minerals infrastructure, social infrastructure, and also digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Manzungu, as you give your parting submissions, the necessary reforms to ensure that we improve project execution and capacitate contractors to take up a large-scale infrastructure projects from a legal or regulatory point of view.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to start by saying to TDB, we are going to be coming to them because as Zimbabwe, we also have the zeal to take Zimbabwe just like any other East or West African country in terms of infrastructure. And most of these projects have been financed through TDB. So it will be good to have one of the trade development buildings that is being constructed in Harare, that one, by AfriExim, having been done by TDB or financed by yourselves as well. So we're going to be coming there. Then maybe coming to your issue and as well aligning to the conclusion of the presentation, Linda. I think the issue is not to highly rely on or discuss on issues to do with finance. I think we have discussions that have been done mostly on financing issues, but also to then look at how to ensure that the investments, when we're discussing about financing, let's be having a thoughtful mind on how investment can be very strategic, how probably the investment in construction or infrastructure development can be integrated and or aligned. Probably looking into the issues to do with industrial development objectives. Let's not just look for funding, but let's look at what the funding can actually do. Then this will actually drive to us to say probably what Zinara has done, the roads that they've actually funded, and also the quality of the roads we are talking about. The whole issue is to say, let's not calculate development or progress by the number of kilometer network of roads that have been constructed by the construction industry or by the government. To say, for example, last year, I think it was around more than 6,000, 7,000 kilometers of road network done. But the big question is, what is the 6,000 or 5,000 kilometer road network serving? Is it serving purpose? Is it actually linking to the very important corners of the country where economic development has to be going? So we should now derive that and start moving towards to say not the kilometers looked at or not the megawatts of electricity produced because we have developed or come up with a power plant, but to say how many people have been employed because of that infrastructure provision that has been put forward.
All right.
Number two, how much has been saved in terms of trade cost by having that kind of implementation of a similar project. And how many industries have been opened. I think that way, if we divert to that kind of answer, we'll be able then to say, or qualify to say, as the construction industry, or as Zimbabwe, the government as well, we have been very successful in the investments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ngube. And I know you would want to respond to that, but as you end, in under 2 minutes, the concrete governance and regulatory reforms that Zinara is advocating to ensure that every dollar collected translates into measurable road quality as you wrap up.
Thank you. No, as we wrap up from a Zinara point of view, the most important for us from a governance is accountability. When it comes to funding, the most important thing is to account for how used. We believe that what we have as Zimbabwe, compared even to other countries in SADC, is something significant. But we have to account for it in a very credible manner. And one of the ways to do so is through cost management. If you look at the road, the cost of constructing a road per kilometer in Zimbabwe is far much higher than what it is, maybe let's say in South Africa. And one of the key contributors there will be cement. You'll find that the price is double what they use. So effectively, even the cost become double. So we have to change the models of costing that we have in Zimbabwe. We also have to change the policies which say go and fix a road, go and change a road. The city roads that we all come from, without a change of model of policy within the councils Ministry of Local Government, and at large, nothing much will be done for a long time. So, which is why I liked the example that was done or given by COMESA, where we have to use what we have. And what we have in Zimbabwe is the thousands of educated youths who are unemployed, and a bit of funding from the government, and a change of mind, and say, we have these city roads, they are there, we have these brilliant construction companies, they are there, but how do we merge all these to start fixing the infrastructure that we have? We have to change the model entirely, which is the policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Tembo.
Thank you very much. From the SADC perspective, in terms of energy, building energy capacity, I think there's been a realization, particularly for Zambia and Zimbabwe, reeling from the 2023-24 drought, where the two countries underwent serious power outages. I think we've seen that the two countries are currently involved in massive solar power projects. And besides that, I think we'll have to look at other sources such as geothermal, where possible, wind power. And then in order to increase capacity for the Southern Africa power pool, we are looking at the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam as having great potential for providing whatever excess power they will have for the Southern African power pool to tap into. Now, to make that possible, of course, we need a pathway to link the Eastern region and the SADC. And to that end, Zambia and Tanzania are currently constructing an interconnector between Zambia and Tanzania. So we think that that will be able to enable the possibility of SADC tapping into that great potential. Coming to road and rail infrastructure, on 11th of April, the Ministers of Transport of Zimbabwe and Zambia signed an MOU to begin to actualize the project of the Lions Den to Kafue Railway project. And then also there is the Lobito Corridor project, which is almost $1 billion project that is currently going on. Of course, it's being done in stages. The core part of the project, which is the Benguela Railway, is already has already undergone refurbishment and is currently working. They are also working on the increasing capacity of the port at Lobito.
I'm going to ask you to wind up, Ambassador.
Okay.
All right. Ambassador Mohammed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. As it has been said before, we need to rely on our service and try to generate resources from internal sources. That's the most important thing. The second thing, building infrastructure is not an end by itself. It's a means to an end. And if you see intra-trade among African countries, it is less than 19%. And for COMESA countries, it is less than 7%. So institutions like COMESA need to redefine their missions and make sure that at least they are supporting the intra-trade among African countries. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank ALPI for assisting SMEs from Zimbabwe and Ethiopia who were able to come. And without their support, that was not very possible to come. Because this is not time to speak about harmonization of standard or regulation and so on. We need to practically encourage trades to come. Then, just in a short notice, Ethiopia is also organizing such kind of forum like ZITF,
which is going to happen from May 2 to May 6. Those who are interested in agro-processing, pharmaceutical, textile, and leather can participate on that forum, and we can share information through Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much,
and we have a stand also in Hall 2 for leather products. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that invitation. A round of applause for our panel, ladies and gentlemen. We had here Dr. Kanogwere from the Mutapa Investment Fund, Ambassador Rashid Mohammed, Ethiopia's ambassador to Zimbabwe, Ambassador Wilson Tembo from Zambia, Dr. Tinashe Manzungu, President of the Zimbabwe Building Contractors Association, Mr. Simbarashe Chikarango from the Trade and Development Bank, as well as Mr. Nkosi Ncube, the Zinara CEO. Another round of applause for them as they take their seats. And of course, the clarion call from this panel being around, okay, you can stand for a photo session, gentlemen. The need to revisit our regulatory and legal framework, as well as ensuring transparency and accountability and a change of mindset. My name is Linda. It has been a pleasure moderating this session. I'll join them in that photo session as I hand over time back.
Fantastic. Also a big round of applause for Linda for steering that discussion, and indeed to the panel. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you to everyone who participated in that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the formal proceedings in terms of presentations and panel discussions. What remains is for me to call upon now, and if we could please give a big round of applause to Dr. Nicholas Ndebele, Chief Executive Officer of the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair Company, ZITF, to please give us a vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for Dr. Nicholas Ndebele as he comes up to give us that vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. I still sense that there may very well be some excellencies in our midst. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, if there are some who are still here with us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So I guess I'm between you and your lunch. As we conclude the 2026 Connect Africa Symposium, allow me on behalf of the ZITF Company Board, management and staff to express our sincere appreciation to all who contributed to the success of this important gathering. Here in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe's industrial heartland, we have advanced a critical conversation on competitiveness, industrial capability, market access, and Africa's broader integration and development agenda. The depth and practicality of today's discussions have reinforced the relevance of this platform. I wish to thank our guest of honor in absentia, Honorable Vice President KCD Mohadi, together with our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, for sharing their insights, experience, and leadership. Your contributions elevated the quality of engagement and helped move us from dialogue towards action. We are deeply grateful to our strategic partners, our sponsors and collaborators whose support made this symposium possible. In particular, we acknowledge our government partners, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, our organizational partner, the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce, and our sponsors, UNDP Zimbabwe, Care International, EcoBank, Mutapa Investment Fund, Delta Corporation, and the Southern Africa Trade and Development Bank. Your commitment demonstrates the power of partnership in driving meaningful continent-wide impact. I also wish to extend sincere thanks to all delegates, yourselves, and participants for your active engagement and constructive contributions. Your presence transformed this event into a genuine exchange of ideas and opportunity. Special recognition goes to the organizing committee, technical teams, and support staff for delivering a seamless and professional program. As we close, our focus is clear: to translate these engagements into practical outcomes, clear policy recommendations to support exporters and investors, implementable proposals to reduce trade and logistics barriers, and sustained partnerships that extend beyond this symposium and throughout ZITF Week. We thank all stakeholders who continue to believe in ZITF's role as a convener of ideas, business, and regional cooperation. I encourage you to carry this momentum into the exhibition, which is operating at an impressive 104% space utilization this year, and turn today's discussions into visible commercial successes. From me at ZITF, I wish to invite you all to mine Entra in July, end of July, the last week of July. Thank you very much. Siyabonga. Tatenda.
Thank you so much, Doc, for that vote of thanks as well as the invitation to Mine Entra. We certainly hope and look forward to being back here. For our closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, which will be the last order of business, allow me to call upon Josephine Takundwa, Deputy President of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up. To seal the day's events, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to say all protocol observed. As we come to the close of the Connect Africa Symposium 2026, allow me on behalf of the Zimbabwe National Chamber of Commerce and the Zimbabwe International Trade Fair to express our sincere appreciation for your active participation and for the depth of engagement that has characterized today's discussions. Today has been not about speeches alone. It also has been about confronting the realities shaping our economies and identifying practical pathways forward. The conversations have been clear and grounded. Africa cannot afford fragmented markets, weak infrastructure systems, and limited industrial capacity if it is to compete effectively in a changing global environment. A central message that has emerged is that connection is not a concept. It is a system. It is built through roads, rail, energy, and digital infrastructure. It is sustained through policy coherence, efficient institutions, and predictable regulatory environments. Without these, integration remains constrained and competitiveness remains limited. The private sector has been rightly placed in the center of this agenda. Businesses are the drivers of production, innovation, and trade. Platforms such as the Symposium must and therefore lead to tangible outcomes, partnerships formed, investments mobilized, and markets accessed. Dialogue must lead to delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we leave this symposium, the responsibility shifts from discussion to implementation. The ideas shared here must inform policy decisions, business strategies, and institutional priorities. The connections made must be sustained, and the opportunities identified must be pursued. Zimbabwe remains committed to playing its part in advancing regional integration and industrial development. We recognize that our progress is closely linked to the progress of the continent. Stronger economies across Africa will reinforce each other, creating a more resilient and competitive region. Allow me to extend our sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, and partners. UNDP Zimbabwe, Mutapa Investment Fund, Delta Corporation, Care International, and EcoBank for their valuable contribution. We also thank all delegates for engagement and commitment to advancing Africa's economic agenda. To our media partners, Zimbabwe Broadcasting Corporation, Alpha Media Holdings, Skies Metro FM, and ZFM, we value your partnership. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to building on the outcomes of this symposium and to continued collaboration in driving connected economies and competitive industries. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and thank you to everyone who has attended. I do believe that everyone has received a lunch token. If you have not, please just make sure you raise your hand now so that those tokens can be brought to you. I can see a few hands in the back, I think particularly from service providers. I see some here, so I think the ladies in the Secretariat, again, keep your hands up. Ambassadors, you can keep yours down. I think deliberately the VIPs in the front row had not been issued, but everyone else who is behind the front row who has not received a lunch token, please put your hands up so that you can get those tokens. Our lunch, ladies and gentlemen, will be served in hall number 1, upstairs in hall number 1. And if I'm not mistaken, hall number 1 should be just adjacent and directly opposite this venue. If you do get lost, there are ushers that will show us the way there. So hall number 1, upstairs, please make sure that you have a lunch token before you leave. If you don't get one, just make sure you see the team at the registration desk, or if you do get lost to the venue, see the registration desk. Once again, a reminder, hall number 1, upstairs. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's been a very eventful and informative event. See you again at the next one. Thank you.